Hello. Hello, dear colleagues. We can start our afternoon session. I believe we are all ready to listen to each other once again. And let me also thank you because you have given a lot of insight. Some of you who have had a chance to address us this morning, and some of you addressed us yesterday. So we'll keep listening to you, and then we take it from there. So I will hand the chair to Mr. Lupi, who is going to call your names, and we will all be eagerly waiting to hear from you. Mr. Lupi, please.
Thank you very much. Grazie mille.
Thank you. And we have an equally important session with plenty of remarks from our colleagues who wish to take the floor.
And go to speedy. The first is Ahmed bin Salman, Speaker of the Council of Representatives, Bahrain. Please.
In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate, Excellency, the President, ladies and gentlemen, may the peace of God, His mercy and blessings be upon you all. I am happy to be with you on this occasion of the second conference of Interfaith Dialogue, embodying the important values of tolerance and coexistence in which we all believe and for which we work to build a more collegial world. We extend our appreciation to the Republic of Italy, its people, government, and parliament for the hospitality and for welcoming us in this important gathering. In this context, we underscore the importance of interparliamentarian dialogue as a major responsibility shared by all to address hatred and extremism. Also, to continue to work for legislations that protect societies from all actions targeted against it. This is not only a framework for multilateralism, but it is a platform here for common understanding, to build the confidence and to respect the coexistence value and the values among nations. We need to exchange successful experiences in this area to achieve our aspiration, to apply the noble human goals and values. In Bahrain, we have an excellent example on pluralism, tolerance, and coexistence. We have thrived in an environment of openness under the sound vision of His Majesty King Hamad bin Isa. We have enshrined the culture of pluralism and tolerance for decades. All Bahrainis live in harmony without any exclusion. The Kingdom of Bahrain stands today as a shining example, hosting mosques and temples and churches, practicing their beliefs in full freedom under the Constitution and the legislations that protect the freedoms, stressing the importance of the freedom of expression. This is the result of a steady approach to build and forge links and relationships among different faiths for a more tolerant and stable society. Ladies and gentlemen, we have two important statements or declarations. The Manama declarations from the 46th Assembly of the IPU and the Declaration of Marrakesh on the Interfaith dialogue in Morocco. Both declarations chart the path for dialogue, understanding, tolerance, rejecting hatred and extremism. It's important here to stress that speaking of coexistence and tolerance leads us to addressing the painful situation in the Palestinian territories, where the Palestinians suffer from the lack of food and water and every basic service. This faces us, the international community, with a major responsibility to end this war and to end this unbearable situation suffered by the Palestinians. We would like to express our steadfast position in Bahrain to address all issues through dialogue and diplomacy, political settlements, and ending the regional wars and conflicts in a way that is beneficial to all peoples and nations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, there is David Saperstein, Director Emeritus and Senior Advisor for Policy and Strategy of the Religious Action Center of Reform Judaism. Please. Is not? The reason?
Is not here.
After. So, now we have Saba Haddad, representative of the international community of to the United Nations. Please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam President, Mr. Chair, Excellencies, and distinguished guests. As a representative of the Baha'i international community to the United Nations, I thank the IPU and the Italian Parliament for providing such a great and timely dialogue. In the concept note for this conference, it is stated that our common future stands or falls with our ability to transcend our differences and to work together cooperatively towards effective solutions. At the same time, it also highlights the challenges around the right of freedom of religion or belief, and how underrepresented groups such as minorities, women, and youth are particularly at risk. We understand that the role of religion as a powerful force can and must create more peaceful and prosperous communities, but it requires individuals, institutions, and the community to be able to advance as a whole without the idea of otherings and us versus them. The Baha'i community is learning across the world in many settings about the role of religion and how can it play in transcending our differences and fostering cooperation. However, I regret to say that there are some countries among us that prevent the Baha'i community from expressing their goodwill towards the fellow countrymen by subjecting them to target discrimination based on their belief. Regrettably, in some cases, we also see how influential voices prey on fears and wild disinformation in an attempt to make the Baha'i community as a scapegoat and justify systematic persecution like in Iran. Meanwhile, we see how the Arab region is moving forward towards coexistence, like what we see also in the UAE, United Arab Emirates and Bahrain, and this is really a heartwarming example. In the context of the question posed in the concept note, namely how to address legislative gaps and promote values of inclusion, equality, and non-discrimination, I call in particular on the delegation of the esteemed state of Qatar to address the challenges the Baha'is are facing in their country. And also I call on the Grand Mufti of Egypt to extend the dialogue between so-called religious and religions of the book to all members of Egyptian society, and to oppose a fatwa that are explicitly discriminatory, such as not allowing burial lands for the Baha'is in Egypt. We believe that an indispensable requirement for a society to flourish is that all its constituents, including the various minorities, are consulted and allowed to fully participate in the life of society. We call for everyone to create spaces moving beyond the token of expressions of tolerance, where leaders and community members can explore deep ethical and moral principles that their traditions share, such as principles of justice, mercy, compassion, and the sanctity of the human dignity. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Now is Yongying Yang, member of the National People's Congress, China. Welcome.
President Axon, President Cassini, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. This conference, convened under the theme Strengthening Trust, Embracing Hope, and Building Our Common Future, carries profound significance for promoting sustainable peace, advancing good governance and inclusive societies, and fostering religious harmony. I would like to present an overview of China's policies, measures, and achievements in safeguarding freedom of religion or belief. Respecting and protecting religious freedom is a fundamental right guaranteed to our citizens by the Chinese Constitution. It's also a fundamental policy of the Communist Party of China and the Chinese government in relation to religion. The legal safeguarding of this freedom reflects not only respect for the inherent nature of religion, but also an important manifestation of safeguarding the interests of the people, protecting citizens' rights, and respecting and safeguarding human rights. The Constitution of the People's Republic of China stipulates that citizens of the People's Republic of China enjoy freedom of religion or belief, and that the state protects normal religious activities. It further provides that no state organ, social organization, or individual may compel citizens to believe in or not believe in any religion, nor may they discriminate against the citizens who hold or do not hold religious beliefs. China's criminal law, national security law, and the anti-terrorism law all include provisions that protect citizens' freedom of religion or belief. The regulations on religious affairs, revised and promulgated in 2017, further clarify that the normal religious activities of religious personnel and believers are protected in accordance with the law, and that the legitimate rights and interests of religious communities are safeguarded. Moreover, China also protects the religious rights of foreigners in China. The regulations on the administration of religious activities of foreigners in China, along with their implementation rules, explicitly state that the Chinese government respects the freedom of religion or belief of foreigners and protects friendly exchanges between foreign nationals and Chinese religious communities. Together, these provisions form a robust legal foundation for ensuring the protection of freedom of religion or belief in China. China is a multi-religious country with 5 major religions: Buddhism, Taoism, Islam, Catholicism, and Protestantism. There are nearly 200 million religious believers, 144,000 registered religious venues, 380,000 religious clergy, 5,500 religious organizations, and 91 religious institutes. These diverse religions coexist in mutual respect, harmony, and peaceful development. China has consistently followed a path that reflects its national realities and the religious landscape. We have implemented the policy of religious freedom, protect the citizens' lawful rights to religious belief, foster the positive and healthy religious relations, and preserve the religious peace and social harmony. We're ready to engage in exchanges and dialogue with Parliament and friendly religious organizations worldwide to jointly contribute to building a community with a shared future for mankind and advancing noble cause of human peace and progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now is Abdel Waheb Al-Sheri, Assistant Secretary General of Corporate Communication, Muslim World League. Please, 3 minutes.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام عليكم.
In the name of God, the All-Merciful and Compassionate, may peace be upon you. This is the message of peace from Islam to all the peoples of the world. I am happy to be here on behalf of the World Arab League, the headquarters of which are in Mecca. And it embraces over 2 billion Muslim people, and it opens its arms to other religious organizations as a way of conveying Islam's messages of tolerance and peaceful coexistence. We have all worked together. We've created a number of partnerships and relations with many friends and representatives who are present here. With them, we have worked on initiatives and actions striving to achieve peace and mutual coexistence. We do not want to be merely accepted. We want respect and mutual understanding. Look at us in this chamber. Let's look at one another. We'll see that the persons sitting next to us may have a different color of skin. They may have a different identity, a different appearance. But here we are, gathered to talk about cooperation and a future for the younger generations. Therefore, on behalf of the religious organizations we represent, we wish to continue cooperating with all personalities and parliamentarians who can have an impact as far as policies are concerned, so that religion and religious movements can be a fully fledged partner in the peace-building process. Within our organization, we have promoted an agreement with the Vatican, and we're working on a number of other partnerships. These initiatives began in 2017, and we have focused on a number of initiatives for peace and against Islamophobia and hate speech. We have worked within the United Nations. We have promoted initiatives to support women through education. These are the initiatives we have to continue supporting, and it's wonderful to be able to discuss all of these matters together. As many of you have said over the past 2 days, we want to have a dialogue. But the best thing we can do is to work together in the field so we can promote real and tangible initiatives in the field. In the news, all we hear about is wars and clashes, which seem to be worsening every day. What we want to achieve, on the other hand, is to promote peace. We want to work together without only talking to one another in conferences. In a nutshell, we want to continue to work together. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much. now is Claudio Caiado San Paolo, member of the Federal Senate, Brazil.
Your Excellencies, distinguished parliamentarians, honorary religious representatives, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to participate in the second parliamentary conference on interfaith dialogue, a healthy space for debates where we can, in a peaceful and fruitful union between politics and religion, reaffirm our commitment to building a common future based on mutual trust, respect, and hope. Brazil is a plural nation. In our territory, millennial traditions, diverse beliefs, and a rich tapestry of expression of faith coexist. This diversity is protected by a solid legal apparatus that guarantees freedom of belief, the free exercise of cults, and the protection of religious places and practices. Our Constitution is clear in ensuring the laicism of the state, but also in protecting the rights of each citizen to profess his faith. If it effectively disturbs state action to ensure that all Brazilians have access to religious assistance, consider it a fundamental right. The legislative advances reinforce the clear message given by our Parliament that Brazil does not tolerate hatred disguised as opinion, nor prejudice disguised as criticism. Within the scope of the Chamber of Deputies, the theme of peaceful coexistence between religions and the fight against intolerance has mobilized a series of initiatives. The Brazilian people, ladies and gentlemen, are deeply religious, and we understand that this religiosity not only can, but should resonate in the stance of their representation. Religion is perhaps the factor that most influences the worldview, value and projects of society that people espouse. And this is an unavoidable fact. Religion and democracy do not exclude each other, but complement each other, precisely because both are based on the idea of respect for the other. As we look to the future, it is imperative that Parliament continues to be a space for active listening and constant dialogue with society and its various religious communities. The respectful treatment given to difference by parliamentarians also serves as an example for the population, which observes us attentively. Let us move forward in building bridges and not walls in the defense of peace and not conflict. They recognize that the other has a right to his faith, so that I have a right to mine. It is to strengthen trust and to make dialogue an ever-evolving institutional practice is to embrace hope. It is in this spirit that we have affirmed today our commitment to a more just, plural, and fraternal future. Thank you very much.
Alex Sobel, member of the House of Commons, United Kingdom. Please.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, friends and colleagues. Interfaith dialogue is a cornerstone of peaceful coexistence. We cannot have meaningful dialogue if people are denied the freedom to practice their faith. Tragically, across the world today, that freedom is under attack. In too many places, regimes suppress religions they deem a threat or use faith as a tool of control. Nowhere is this more visible than in the occupied regions of Ukraine. Churches have been destroyed, clergy kidnapped, tortured and even killed. Father Ivan Levitsky and Father Bogdan Galeta were held by Russian forces for 18 months, enduring psychological and physical abuse before their release. These acts are not only cruel, they are clear violations of international law and the Geneva Convention. Worse still, Russian occupation authorities have banned entire faith groups like the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church, the Knights of Columbus and Caritas, whose humanitarian work I've witnessed firsthand in Ukraine. In some areas, Caritas is the difference between life and death. Their banning is a deliberate act to deprive Ukrainians of vital support. This suppression extends beyond Christianity. Muslims, Jews and Jehovah's Witnesses are also targeted. Religion is weaponised by the Kremlin, with only state-sanctioned orthodoxy allowed to flourish. This conference needs to make a clear statement that religion is not a weapon of war. Even more disturbing is the role of the Russian Orthodox Church in the abduction of Ukrainian children. Working hand in glove with the Russian government, church institutions have facilitated forced deportations, placing children in monasteries and so-called charitable homes. This is not charity. It is child theft under religious cover. There is a clear link between the Kremlin and the Russian Orthodox Church. The Patriarch Kirill of Moscow signed a cooperation agreement with the head of the Ministry of Emergency Sanctions of Russia just after the full-scale invasion. Bishop Pantelmon, chair of the Synodal Department of Charity Social Services of the Russian Orthodox Church, met with Lieutenant General Oleg Manilev, Director of the Department of Civil Defence and Population Protection of the Russian Emergency Ministry. They discussed exactly the cooperation between the Russian Orthodox Church and the Russian Emergency Ministry, which is in charge of this work of child abduction. But unfortunately, Ukraine is not alone. Many other territories face the same. I'm just going to give one more example before I finish. In West Papua, in Indonesia, Christian communities also face grave persecution. Clergy have been killed, churches raided, and the right to worship denied. The last international mission that was allowed to visit West Papua was from the World Council of Church in 2019. In 2018, President Widodo offered the Office of the High Commissioner of Refugees a visit to analyse the humanitarian situation in West Papua. However, this visit has not taken place. UN officials have been barred from visiting West Papua. With the UN Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Religion here at this conference, I call on our Indonesian colleagues to help grant access on the ground in West Papua so that the humanitarian situation can be addressed in regard to freedom of religion and belief. Thank you.
Thank you. Aiden Alcoy, Ambassador of BPUA International. Please.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, Madam President, Mr. Chair, thank you for this opportunity. Around the world, countless individuals and groups of people face exclusion, persecution, or violence simply because of their religious identity or their lack of one. Too often, regimes instrumentalize religion for political reasons, and they manipulate and abuse religious doctrine to suppress dissent, deny rights, and inflame divisions. Be Pure International is a global initiative proposing a universal legal framework to eliminate the root causes of religious conflict and discrimination worldwide. It represents a decisive step toward protecting human rights, religious freedom, and reinforcing global stability. Designed to be legally precise and politically neutral, the proposed treaty avoids targeting any specific country or religion. It affirms a global principle. No one should suffer or be excluded from human and political rights because of their beliefs. Our vision is simple yet profound. No government should weaponize religion for political gain. The proposed international treaty aims to create binding international standards to ban all political abuses of religion that undermine equality, all religious discrimination in rights and duties, all religious exclusions in law and governance, and all restrictions to freedom of religion or belief. This fair, respectful, and non-confrontational approach would provide a universally applicable legal tool, free from bias or double standards, that governments can adopt to reinforce human rights, equality, and social cohesion. This is not about separating religion and politics. Many stable and inclusive nations maintain religious institutions within public life. What we seek to eliminate is oppression, discrimination, and political coercion in the name of religion. Be Pure International is a UK-registered non-profit NGO launched in 2020. Over the past 5 years, we have quietly built a strong foundation with a supporting motion for resolution at the Council of Europe, co-signed by 41 lawmakers from 19 countries. Direct engagement with over 20 governments from across the Middle East, Africa, Asia, and Europe, as well as strategic partnerships with international organizations and NGOs, such as the Global Council for Tolerance and Peace. We expect the first state adoption of the proposed treaty by mid-2026, which would open the door for other state adoptions to co-sponsor the proceedings at the United Nations General Assembly. Religious oppression, unfortunately, lies behind some of the gravest human rights violations of our time, affecting millions of people around the world. Yet the existing international legal frameworks remain fragmented and insufficient. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now there is Akatareni Noto Poulou, member of Hellenic Parliament, Greece. Please stand up, please.
Thank you. Distinguished colleagues, it's an honor to address today.
Sorry, our rule is you have to speak, stand up, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished colleagues, it's an honor to address today the Interparliamentary Union and speak of the need to enhance cooperation and dialogue between parliamentarians and representatives of faith. In our current multipolar system, we often see religious communities, especially religious minorities, being persecuted for their beliefs by extremist forces in Europe, the Middle East, Africa, and elsewhere. Interfaith dialogue is a practical tool for peace building and a vital ally in our fight against extremism. The Greek left has played a fundamental role in this course. During the Syriza government, we implemented many democratic reforms to assist the Muslim minority of Thrace and facilitate the equality of all Greek citizens irrespective of their religious beliefs. We also organized the Conference for Religious and Cultural Pluralism and Peaceful Coexistence in the Middle East with the active participation of high-level representatives from Christian, Muslim and Jewish religious figures. In today's world that is marked by endless conflict and wars, such as the tragedy in Gaza and the Israel-Iran conflict, we have a crucial role to play towards peace and peaceful coexistence of all people. We need to undertake more initiatives to combat religious hatred, such as anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. And of course, I would like to note that we have called both on national as well as European level for the protection of the Christian communities of Middle East, and especially the Christian of Gaza and Syria. This, of course, includes the need of all parliamentarians to stand up for international law and be vocal for illegal conversion of Hagia Sophia and Hora Monastery into mosques into violation of UNESCO's resolution. Furthermore, today we need to protect the status of St. Catherine Sina Monastery from any effort to undermine its property and standing. We must embed this cooperation into our democratic frameworks. That means guaranteeing freedom of religion and belief for all, protecting minorities, and ensuring that no one is persecuted or excluded for faith or having known. Let us move forward with humility, hope, and a shared commitment to justice. Our common future depends on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ali War, Global Coordinator of Parliamentary for Nuclear No Proliferation and Disarmament.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, I have the honour of addressing you on behalf of Parliamentarians for Nuclear Non-Proliferation and Disarmament, a permanent observer at the IPU, and also on behalf of the World Future Council, which partners with the Interparliamentary Union on the annual World Future Policy Awards. Last year, the United Nations convened a Summit of the Future to build multilateral cooperation on sustainable development, peace and security, science and technology, human rights, youth and future generations. Parliamentarians and civil society, including religious and faith-based communities, are encouraged to engage in implementation of the Pact for the Future and the Declaration on Future Generations adopted at the summit. One of the commitments adopted in the Pact for the Future is to prevent nuclear war and to achieve the global elimination of nuclear weapons. Yet the threat of nuclear war remains high. Nuclear threats are stimulating armed conflict, and governments continue to spend over $100 billion collectively per year on the nuclear arms race. Parliamentarians and faith-based communities should engage in this issue. You can find information and guidance to do so in Assuring Our Common Future, the online disarmament guide for parliamentarians produced by the Interparliamentary Union and PND, and also in Nuclear Disarmament for Religious Leaders and Communities, the resource guide produced by Religions for Peace and available in 6 languages. Special days for reflection, prayer and action on nuclear disarmament include the Nuclear Prayer Day on August the 6th and the UN International Day for the Total Elimination of Nuclear Weapons on September 26th. And one of the key proposals in the UN Declaration on Future Generations is for the UN to establish an institutional representative for future generations. The UN Secretary-General has proposed a UN envoy for future generations, but needs further support to accomplish this. In addition, such representation for future generations should be at all levels, local, national and regional, not just at the United Nations. An excellent example of such a representative at the national level is the Wales Commissioner for Future Generations, established by the Wales Future Generations Act of 2015. This was one of the 4 winning policies of the 2024 World Future Policy Award, run by Interparliamentary Union and World Future Council on the theme Peace and Future Generations, which you can read in the report or online. Other policies awarded there were from Arms to Farms program in Kuswagan, Canada's Feminist International Assistance Program, the Indigenous Moriori Peace Covenant, and the Nigerian National Action Plan on Youth, Peace and Security. We thank IPU for continued partnership on the World Future Policy Awards, including for this year's award, which is on living in harmony with nature and future generations. And this is highlighting effective policies to address the triple planetary crisis of pollution, climate change, and loss of biodiversity. Thank you.
Thank you. Now is José Kalalala Wa Kalalala, member of Senate Congo. Push. Push the button.
There's a button down there.
Okay. Change. Could you? Better seat, please. Okay. Please.
Honorable President des
Honorable President and Chambers of Deputy and Senate of Italy, Honorable President of the IPU, of the Assembly and the Senate, ladies and gentlemen, it is with deep respect and immense gratitude that I address you to discuss a holistic topic in this prestigious setting which brings together people from different cultures and countries. First of all, I wish to greet and pay tribute to the presidents of the Chamber of Deputies and the Senate and their staff for this warm welcome extended to me and my delegation. I also wish to thank the friendly countries which have voted for the Democratic Republic of Congo to join the Security Council and to the Vice Presidency of the General Assembly of the UN. The Felix Anton Kizviji Lombo, the President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, has engaged our country to the path to a future characterized by peace, toleration. Before he came to power, he brought together all the religious confessions in order to entrust the country to the Creator, and he also traveled in all neighboring countries to extend his hands to all his counterparts in order to strengthen South-South cooperation. But this healthy process was held back by the genocidal and aggressive attitudes of certain neighboring countries, including Rwanda. As far as I'm concerned, an interfaith dialogue cannot remain at the level of words. It is a moral imperative and a societal need, because our respective histories, our traditional religions, and our ancestral beliefs reflect essential commonalities which go beyond differences and which should be considered as a wealth for coexistence, for peaceful coexistence. We members of Parliament should arouse hope and commit ourselves to engaging in inclusive dialogue in order to promote tolerance and discussion through interfaith dialogue, so as to prepare future generations to dialogue rather than conflict. This will allow us to lay the foundations of a society where empathy and solidarity are drivers of progress. Faced by this progress, we have to rely on the Democratic Republic of the Congo, the force of which is pacifist democracy, and to bring together its interconfessional and intercultural diversity, so that no group can outweigh any other. Let us build bridges between our various cultural, racial and religious communities in order to establish an enduring peace and dialogue. That's why the DRC remains a secular state where no religious group can outweigh others, whatever its degree of influence. So the separation between church and state makes the state the guarantor of religious freedom and to the legal framework of international interfaith dialogue for a lasting peace. And now let us speak of peace, because it's been said in the ancient Romans said, if you want to quid pacis para bellum, if you want peace, prepare for war. The Democratic Republic of Congo exhorts us to change this and to say, if you want peace, then nurture love. Thank you.
Now is Ek Nak Dakal, Secretary General of Interparliamentary Speakers Conference.
Mr. President, Honorable President of IPU, distinguished colleague, esteemed delegates. We are living in extraordinary pressing times. Around the world, we are witnessing the convergence of multiple crises. We cannot hope to build a bright and peaceful future without first confronting the urgent challenges of today. This is why I urge each of us, those in positions of influence, to rise above indifference and actively take part in the building peace, restoring trust, and embracing hope for our common future. Platforms such as this, generously hosted by IPU and the Italian Parliament, are not only timely but vital. They provide the space for parliamentarians and religious leaders to engage in meaningful dialogue and to collaboratively reflect on our responsibilities. The role of religion in peace building cannot be ignored, and neither can be the role of parliamentarians in shaping national and international values. The Interparliamentary Speakers Conference, ISC, which I proudly represent, recognize the profound importance of these initiatives. The ISC is an intergovernmental parliamentary diplomatic platform dedicated to fostering regional cooperation and dialogue among legislative leaders across the world. We dedicated to fostering regional cooperation and dialogue among the legislative leaders across the world. We value the upholding of democratic values and religious freedom and fully support IPU in convening forums like these, which encourage interfaith understanding, mutual respect, and inclusive policy making. dignitaries, we must also acknowledge the difficult truth. Some armed conflicts have religious element. Whether distorted or misunderstood, religion can be exploited. This only reinforces the need for religious leaders to stand as a moral guides and for parliamentarians to stand alongside them. Across faith traditions, we find shared values such as hope, compassion, trust, dignity, and the sacredness of life. Let us reaffirm these values. Let us build the example that diverse communities can coexist peacefully side by side as neighbors, united not in uniformity but in shared humanity. In closing, on behalf of the chairman of ISC, His Excellency Yusuf Raza Gilani, Chairman Senate of Pakistan, and I want to express my deep appreciation to IPU, the Italian Parliament, and all the participants here today. I affirm our continued commitment to working with all the partners, secular and spiritual alike, toward a future grounded in trust, peace, and hope. Thank you very much.
David Agius, Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Malta. Thank you.
Dear President, dear Chair, fellow parliamentarians, esteemed guests, never as today, our communities, our towns, our cities, our nations are a shared space of people with different backgrounds, be it a national, ethnic, cultural, or religious. The movement of people has increased drastically, and this brings an increased mixture of people with different beliefs sharing the same land. Freedom of religion or belief is at the heart of our democracies and our sense of identity. Safeguarding this right increases mutual understanding and respect, helping to increase the resilience of our societies to polarization and act as a barrier against violence and hatred. It is primarily the duty of governments and us as parliamentarians to prevent and protect people against violence and attacks based on their religion or belief, or any other aspect of their identity. We therefore must work hard to prevent intolerance, violence, and discrimination on the basis of religion or belief. We must therefore legislate to prevent and protect against attacks directed at persons or groups based on thought, conscience, religion, or belief. I come from Malta, a small island in the middle of the Mediterranean, which has experienced an increase in its population due to a large number of migrants coming to Malta to earn a living. This influx consists of people coming from all over the world. They bring with them their language, their culture, their social background, their beliefs. People from Europe to India, from Bangladesh to South Africa. We politicians then need to pass laws through our parliament, but written laws, though they are important, they are not enough. They do not count if they are not implemented in a proper way. And we parliamentarians have a crucial role in seeing that what is written on paper comes to life and is therefore implemented in an effective way. It is very positive for the IPU to come up with this initiative and organise such an event which puts into practice the noble effort to dialogue, to discuss how we can build trust through our faith. We have had enough conflicts in which religions are used as a weapon of confrontation. It should be the other way around. Religions should serve as a catalyst for peace. Therefore, through our parliamentary work, we need to reaffirm the importance of mutual understanding and dialogue as the basis of any functional society and interpersonal relationship. This is the best way that we can build trust and fight discrimination on all levels. We are here as we truly believe that dialogue is the key to improve our mutual understanding. We as parliamentarians, together with our spiritual leaders, have a duty to do this in order to embrace hope. hope for our common future. Thank you.
Now we have Marietta van der Tol from Cambridge University. Welcome.
The almost compulsive tendency to fall back on simplistic dichotomies is a reflection of our need to exist as moral beings and to be recognized as such, and of our inability to relate to the complexity of our existence. Dear colleagues, as a scholar of politics, law and religion, I have studied how constitutional repertoires are weaponized against Muslims, Christians, LGBT people by both the political left and the political right. In my book, Constitutional Intolerance, I have documented how this is facilitated by parliaments, by invoking the will of the people to discredit proper democratic procedure, by sidelining the rule of law, and tweaking the interpretation of constitutions to suit political needs. Such practices hollow out our sense of what it means to protect our common life. Religion is often conscripted for the purposes of democratic backsliding and even fascism. As a scholar and as a Christian, I think it is important to stir up conversation about appropriation of religion by the far right, about the ethics of transnational alliances between Christian organizations and the far right, but also to engage in discourses within Christian traditions and to refresh our intellectual engagement with human dignity, democracy, and good governance. Over the past 5 years, more than 300 scholars and practitioners from over 50 countries have come to Oxford and Cambridge to participate in a political theologies conference series. In this time alone, the Russian aggression in Ukraine, the war in Gaza, and the rise of authoritarian politics in the United States, as well as various attacks, terrorist attacks by Christian extremists, have compelled us to look inward and reflect on the way in which Christian traditions are complicit or contribute to political violence. Our approach is to talk across political context, across religious traditions, and even across generations. This makes it easier for everyone to engage in critical reflection. We talked about Bucha, about Srebrenica, about Gaza, South Africa, about the Holocaust, the Holodomor, and many more atrocities. Around the table were Russians and Ukrainians, Israeli and Palestinian scholars, ready to have the difficult conversations that can be had in so few places today. And we have made humble beginnings at extending the conversation to other religious traditions, especially Islam and Judaism, and we welcome those of you who want to be part of it. Ladies and gentlemen, the Gospel tells us as Christ suffered death alongside a murderer and showed him mercy. A commitment to our common life and our common future means to walk alongside each other in circumstances of pain and victimhood and in circumstances of shame and falsehood. Many of us know how to blame other countries, other religious traditions, and contribute to polarization. But few of us know how to make sense of our own guilt and how to come alongside those who may or may not recognize their own. Dear colleagues, I sincerely hope that our deliberations will produce not only lofty words and ideals, but also the moral courage to practice them for the future of our common life. Thank you.
Grazie. Adesso Maddalena Muccioli, member of the Great and General Council, San Marino.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, authorities, friends in faith and dialogue, with deep respect and gratitude, I extend heartfelt thanks to the Italian Parliament, the Interparliamentary Union and Religions for Peace for making this second parliamentary conference on interreligious dialogue possible. This conference opened under the high blessing of the sacred word and the spirit, that word that consoles, unites, heals. and that spirit that has also inspired the greatest witnesses of dialogue, such as Pope Leo XIV, whose voice, at the same time firm and merciful, remind us that peace must be disarming and disarmed, humble and persevering, and must be engraved in the soul of people and in the heart of institutions. The Republic of San Marino has always walked through this path. Since our origins, our history has not known religious wars, religious persecution, or discriminatory laws in the name of faith. Our commitment is not only theoretical, but has always translated into tangible and universal gestures. A concrete example is represented by the monument of the three monotheistic religions, dialogue, a work of art and peace that places on the same level the three sacred scriptures of the three Abrahamic faiths, kept together in perfect balance as a sign of mutual respect and possible coexistence. An installation that was born precisely on the occasion of the 17th anniversary of the Council of Europe, after the cave of interreligious prayer and the sculpture Different Equal, for the promotion of dialogue between people and cultures. The monuments are not merely symbolic and isolated gestures. They are part of a coherent target that has involved and still involves institutions, bodies, associations, and figures of great sensitivity and vision who have become true promoters of cultural and diplomatic initiatives that have led San Marino to speak to the world of interreligious dialogue as path to peace. Faced with the atrocity we say today, the role of parliaments and believers is clear. Raise your voice, open the way to dialogue, protect those who have no voice. Precisely for this reason, we are convinced that education for peace, freedom of belief, and the promotion of ethical leadership are the three fundamental pillars on which to build a concrete hope. And we, as parliamentarians, have the duty to safeguard them. Today, San Marino renews its commitment in this direction. It does so by sharing its history, its thousand-year-old freedom, its symbols, its example, and it does so with humility, knowing that we are a small state, but with the firmness of those who believe that even the smallest voice, if it tells the truth, can change the destiny of many. We chose dialogue, and with it we chose peace. Thank you.
Grazie. Leo Igwe, board member of Humanist International. Push button.
Push again.
Thank you very much.
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, once again, thank you for the opportunity to intervene and address this important assembly. Humanist International is an umbrella organization for individuals and groups, humanists, atheists, nuns, and those who describe themselves as non-religious or non-theistic. We are those people that faith traditions rightly or wrongly describe as non-believers or infidels, even though we humanists have our values and we have our beliefs. Humanists and people without faith has often been mischaracterized, misrepresented, and excluded. And this misrepresentation has been used to justify hate, abuse, persecution, forced conversion, and holy wars. As shown in this report, in many countries, humanists cannot participate in interfaith dialogue because to participate in dialogue, the existence and rights to life and freedom of religion or belief needs to be recognized and respected. People who openly and publicly express their non-belief in God or Allah are considered mental health patients and taken to hospital for treatment. People who profess non-religious beliefs are treated as criminals and terrorists and are prosecuted, jailed, or killed. Distinguished delegates, I'm an atheist, I'm not a terrorist. While Humanist International welcomes IPU's commitment to inclusive interfaith dialogue, many humanists view interfaith dialogue with skepticism because there are laws in our countries that undermine trust and free conversation. To strengthen trust and facilitate dialogue, humanists urge the IPU to deploy parliamentary democracy against blasphemy and apostasy laws, which are too often used to undermine the freedom of religion or belief of atheists and other minority and belief groups. Parliamentarians should rally against the use of racism and Islamophobia to censor and limit legitimate criticism of religion and persecution of non-believers, apostates, religious orders, critics, and dissenters. Thank you.
Thank you. Leah Rafni Manusdol, member of Alþingi, Iceland.
Mr. Chair, dear colleagues, it is an honor to address this conference on interfaith dialogue at a time when global challenge tests the very foundation of our societies. Today we are called upon to strengthen trust and embrace hope. Dialogue between people and different faiths, beliefs, and convictions is not a luxury. It is essential for peaceful coexistence and social cohesion. I am a member of the Parliament from Iceland, a country that places human rights, gender equality and freedom of religion and belief at the heart of the democratic values. Our Constitution guarantees every person the right to freedom of thought, conscience and religion, including the right to adopt, change or renounce one's religion belief. These freedoms are also protected through equal treatment of religious and life-stance organizations, ensuring state with support without preference. Iceland's approach is inclusive and rooted in fairness. Faith-based and secular worldviews coexist peacefully, supported by framework that priorities equality, dialogue, and the rule of law. Religious education in Iceland focuses not on doctrine, but ethics, critical thinking, and respect for diversity, enabling our youth to grow into empathetic and engaged citizens. Yet, like all societies, we are not immune to discrimination, social tension. That is why the Icelandic government continues to address issues of inclusion, especially concerning minorities, women and youth. The intersection of religion, gender and equality, particularly important in Iceland. Iceland has made clear commitments to protect the rights of all, regardless of belief, background or identity. Parliamentarians, we carry a unique responsibility. We shape the legal frameworks that protect fundamental freedoms, but we also shape public discourse. Our words, our leadership, and our willingness to engage with all parts of society, including religious and belief communities, will determine the strengths of the democracies. Let us reaffirm today that trust cannot grow without respect, hope cannot flourish without justice, and peace cannot endure without inclusion. Let us work together across faiths and borders to ensure that every person can live in dignity and freedom. Iceland remains committed to dialogue, cooperation, and the promotion of peaceful and inclusive societies. Thank you very much.
Backroom Abdullah Ye, member of Senate, Uzbekistan.
Assalamu alaikum, distinguished participants of the conference, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. One of the fundamental principles that reflects the essence of a democratic and the rule of law state is the guarantee of freedom of conscience and religion. The Republic of Uzbekistan remaining committed to the norms of international law and its constitution, is consistently pursuing a policy aimed at protecting the rights of believers, strengthening interfaith harmony, and preserving the secular nature of the state. Distinguished heads of the delegation, since 2021, Uzbekistan has implemented a revised law on the freedom of conscience and religious organizations, which has become a key milestone in the legal regulation of this sensitive yet critically important sphere. The law enshrines the core principles of freedom of conscience, the indismissibility of imposing religious beliefs, equal conditions for all confessions, and the prevention of destructive religious ideologies. Today, 2,373 religious organizations are officially operating across Uzbekistan, including 2,174 Islamic organizations and 199 of other faiths. The registration of new religious organizations is ongoing. In recent years, 62 new associations representing 5 different confessions have been registered. A unique platform for interfaith dialogue is taking shape under the Committee of Religious Affairs, a council of religious confessions operators comprising not only religious leaders, but also public and political figures, scholars, and experts. This allows for a unified voice of all religions on matters of peace building and tolerance. In this context, particular importance is attached to the concept of ensuring freedom of conscience and state policy in the religious sphere. Adopted on February 25, 2025, this document defines the state's key objectives and priorities, including support for believers, protection of human rights, and active counteraction against extremism and fanaticism. Our country demonstrates great respect for the religious sentiments of its citizens. Official celebrations include the Day of Friendship of Peoples and the International Day for Tolerance. Outstanding citizens representing various religious communities are awarded honorary badges such as Friendship of People and Religious Tolerance. Efforts are ongoing to study international best practices in ensuring the rights of believers, including those first outlined in the Marrakesh Declaration. An important initiative was the organization of the International Forum, Dialogues of Declarations, attended by numerous foreign religious leaders and experts. In 2022, the Bukhara Declaration was adopted, a document normally recognized by the 76th session of the UN General Assembly. It was translated into all 6 official UN languages: English, Arabic, Spanish, Chinese, Russian, and French, and circulated among all UN member states and specialized agencies. The declaration became a significant step in promoting freedom of religion, religious tolerance, and dialogue among civilizations. The second round of this forum is planned to be held in Tashkent in September 2025. Distinguished colleagues, Uzbekistan's religious policy is founded on the principle declared by the President of our country. In the name of the individual, in the name of their future, this is a path of humanism, enlightenment, and mutual respect. We finally believe the respect for religious sentiments, openness, and mutual understanding among faiths are the keys to stability, prosperity, and peace. Thank you for your attention.
Grazie. Fuzi Salim, member of the House of Representatives, Libya. Okay.
Assalamu alaikum.
May the peace of God be upon you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure and honor to be with you today in this conference for the Interfaith Dialogue. We meet at a time where the need is increasing to emphasize and ensure peace and tolerance in a world suffering from upheavals. We would like to extend our thanks to the Parliament of Italy and to the IPU for this occasion, for the good organization and the good hospitality.
bisa nih.
Thank you very much, Go.
Again. Assalamu alaikum.
May the peace of God, his blessings and mercy be upon you all. In the name of God, your excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is our honor and pleasure to be with you today in the second conference for dialogue between parliamentarians and religious leaders, as the need is arising and increasing to work for peace and tolerance in a tumultuous world. We would like to extend thanks to the Parliament of Italy, the IPU, and the Organization of Religions for Peace for this conference, and we wish you all success. The topic of this conference is very timely. It is a call to address the increasing challenges that threaten international peace, namely armed conflicts, hate speech, divisions, and extremism. Ladies and gentlemen, as we meet today under this umbrella of dialogue and peace, we cannot overlook what the world suffers from. We mentioned specifically the suffering of the Palestinian people. This is unbearable. This is a violation of all norms and compacts. We witness violence, killing, and deportation, where we believe that this will lead to a very treacherous grounds. We have to use all the tools available, namely the religion and dialogue, to embrace peace and to banish war. We have to emphasize the meaning and the values of mercy and dignity, and to revive the universal conscience against hegemony and dominance. We believe that religion, when used as a spiritual and moral value, it can address the gaps among cultures, and it can help build bridges. Ladies and gentlemen, the commitments will not be sufficient if we are not breaking beyond prototypes or rigid words. We have to emphasize that peace and stability can be ensured through institutions that complement all other efforts to work together, all parties to respect human dignity. Our historical responsibility makes it incumbent of us to be the bridges and to the source of understanding that we all have to stand against division and threats. Thank you.
Now is Roma Putri, member of the House of Representatives, Indonesia.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, esteemed religious leaders, and honored guests. My name is Irina Yusiana Roba. I'm the Vice Chair of the Committee for Interparliamentary Cooperation of the Indonesian House of Representatives. It is a privilege to join this dialogue where parliamentarians and faith communities come together to discuss how we can strengthen trust and embrace hope for a shared future. But before I proceed, I would like to respond to Mr. Alex Sobel from UK Parliament. What you have stated regarding the human rights situation in Papua is an unfounded accusation. I deeply regret that a forum intended to seek shared solution for peace is being used as a platform for propaganda that undermines sovereignty of our nation. This is not the appropriate venue to discuss the issue of Papua. I strongly object to your statement. And now let me continue my speech. As a member of the Indonesian Parliament, I affirm that dialogue between parliamentarians and religious community is a vital part of our democratic and pluralistic society. In Indonesia, such engagement is practiced through interfaith forums, community outreach, and inclusive policy making which reflect our national value of Pancasila and Bhinneka Tunggal Ika. This dialogue strengthens trust, protects minority rights, and promotes harmony across our diverse nation. Trust is not built overnight. It requires consistent engagement, inclusive policies, and a commitment to justice. In Indonesia, where religion coexists alongside local belief, our parliament plays a crucial role in ensuring that religious diversity is protected and celebrated. In Indonesia, we have undertaken efforts that align with the principle of the Marrakesh Declaration to ensure legal protection of religious minorities and foster inclusive citizenship, which is the foundation of a peaceful society. The effort we have created are legislative safeguards. We have enacted laws that guarantee religious freedom and protect minority communities from discrimination. However, legal frameworks must be continuously strengthened to address emerging challenges. Interfaith collaboration. Parliamentarians actively engage with religious leaders to foster dialogue and prevent sectarian division. Faith-based organizations are the key partners in promoting peace and social cohesion. Education and awareness. Misinformation and prejudice often fuel distrust. By integrating religious tolerance into educational curricula, we empower future generations to embrace diversity rather than fear it. Hope is the antidote to division. In a world facing rising intolerance, economic uncertainty, and environmental crisis, faith communities and political institutions must work together to inspire collective action. As a parliamentarian, we have the power to shape policy that fosters trust and hope. But beyond legislation, we must lead with empathy, engage with faith communities, and champion inclusivity. Let us commit to strengthening dialogue, embracing diversity, and ensuring that our shared future is one of peace, dignity, and mutual understanding. Thank you.
Adesso abbiamo Paolo.
We now give the floor to Paolo Salvini, member of the European Parliament.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished parliamentarians, religious leaders, representatives of civil society. It's an honor for me to take the floor during this discussion. I'm taking the floor as a member of the European Parliament and as a member of the Political Network for Values, a network bringing together political representatives and civil representatives of over 40 countries with a common will to defend human dignity, non-negotiable principles of society and religious freedom. In a world afflicted by division and war, we have the difficult duty of having a dialogue and building fraternity. It is our duty to work so that we can recognize the values that unite us. We have the duty of recognizing the value of human life from conception to natural death, to defend the weakest and to underscore the limits that no one can cross, including those who think that they represent a more evolved or more democratic society. We live in a world in which often there is a strive towards homologation, which eliminates specific traits and characteristics. We live in a world which exalts consumerism and the superiority of our desires. We live in a world in which some would want to impose a single way of thinking, which attacks life and wants to eliminate those who are seen as being superfluous. It attacks the family as a founding cell of society. It undermines the personal and sexual identity of people, and it promotes the ideology of waste. I don't think any of this is the correct way forward to unite and to create unity. We are all linked to the history of our land, the characteristics of our peoples and families. We are all different, and these differences have to be protected and preserved. I am a Catholic, I am Italian, and I am rooted in the tradition of my people and my faith. I am proud of this, and I pray every day that I can honor those who preceded me. My main mission, therefore, is that of being the custodian of Europe's Christian roots and to defend its values. At the same time, each and every one of you is proud of who he or she is, what you represent, what makes you different from others, and it's fair. What do we have to unite on, therefore? What is it that truly unites us, allowing us to look in the same direction? What is the real crisis we're experiencing, especially in the West? We have forgotten where we come from and where we have to try to go towards. We have chosen to live a horizontal life, one without any transcendental meaning. We are going through a huge spiritual crisis, which made us forget the principles which, above and beyond time and space, are the foundations of community, which have to be defended and promoted. The tradition according to which everything converges towards a single point. Our sources, our roots aren't only linked to our land, they are especially linked to the heavens, and therefore in a time of hate and division and of all sorts of material revolutions, we have to build together the most important of revolutions, the revolution of our hearts. And we have to remember that we all have a memory of the absolute within ourselves. Only then will we be able to build a society based on peace and fraternity. Only if we turn our hearts towards the heavens from our respective starting points, but with the same and highest goal. Only then will we be able to avoid useless wars, defend the weakest and the oppressed, and guarantee peace and justice by tapping into that truth which prevails over all. Thank you.
Carmen Cincelli, member of National Council, Austria.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear human beings from all over the world, it is an honor to speak here in Rome, a place that stands for the cultural and spiritual history of Europe. As an Austrian, I bring with me a clear message. Dialogue across cultures and religions is important, but only if it's honest, principled and grounded in reality. Austria, like all of Europe, is built on a foundation on Christian culture. This heritage is not only part of our past, it remains the framework for our freedom, our institutions, and our sense of community. Defending and preserving this cultural identity is not only a national responsibility, but also a contribution to international stability. Cultural roots give societies orientation and strength. Interreligious dialogue must therefore begin with respect for ourselves and for others. And multiculturalism means acknowledging and accepting these differences. Sigmund Freud, father of psychoanalysis, introduced a concept, the name is the narcissism of small differences. I'm convinced that our similarities are greater than our differences. So tolerance is not about giving up who we are, it is about standing firm in our values while recognizing the legitimacy of others doing the same. Austria has a long-standing relations with moderate Muslim countries, and we will welcome sincere cooperation with those who seek stability, mutual respect and peaceful coexistence. We run an own department, Daniel, for international protection of persecuted religious minorities in our federal chancellery. So let me be clear, we reject all forms of religiously motivated violence, just as we reject political ideologies that preach hatred, dominance, or submission. We also changed the notion that radical change is inherently dangerous. In fact, radical change, when understood in its original meaning of addressing issues categorically is violence. We reject categorically this violence, whether it comes from religious fanatics or from ideological extremists. Violence has no place in civilized societies, no place. As parliamentarians, we must not be naive. We must promote cooperation where possible and merge much stronger together, but also draw clear lines. Dialogue can't replace the need for clarity. Peaceful coexistence is only possible when all sides respect basic civilizational standards, the rule of law, freedom and the sovereignty of nations to protect the cultural identity. So in this spirit, I look forward to continued exchange with your partners from all over the world and make new friends on the basis of realism, mutual respect and shared interest in a stable future. Thank you all.
Soltani Bogherra, member of Council of the Nation, Algeria.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, greetings of peace and conviviality from Algeria. I extend thanks to Italy, the hosting country, of this interesting and very rich dialogue. I have listened very carefully since yesterday to all speakers. I felt as if I am in an open temple where everyone is pleading for dialogue, peace, banishing hate, ensuring a better world for the upcoming generation, and living in a tolerant world. I heard many loud voices calling for the protection of the right of minorities to worship. And when it comes to defending the human right to life, these voices become very low. The right of a human to life comes before worship. We can't live without religion. One atheist speaker said, "I do not believe in God. This is his right, and there is no enforcement in beliefs." We cannot stand silent before a people that is deprived of all forms and rights to light, suffering from starvation and war, when we stand here instead to talk about the protection of minorities. Entire families were eradicated. Ladies and gentlemen, if I am to summarize, I can say that what we have been saying today is limited to a few ideas: dialogue among all parties in the world, coexistence, rights and responsibilities, calling for peace, justice, ensuring confidence and trust, protecting the minorities, the values, fraternity, no violence, working for a better future for all, respect for all faiths and religions based on citizenship rights. Let me take you back 10,000 years. We were one person. This land was empty. God, in his mighty will, created Adam and gave him Eve. He taught them a language, and a test took place in heaven, in paradise. One tree that should not be touched, the tree of violence, intolerance, arrogance, greed. These are all trees. They belong all to one tree originally. Adam failed to pass this test because he did not heed what God told him. Today, for the same reason Adam left paradise, we fight here today. We want immortality. We want to have more and more and expand. If we deal with the root cause, we will finish 80 to 90% of the problems we have today. We want to expand, to increase, and to be bigger and greater. God did not ask us what we think when we were created. It was possible that I would become Italian, sir. Had God created me in this land, I would have been sitting now today in your seat, and you would be in my shoes. We have not chosen who we are, where we're born, our parents, our race, our color, our language, or our religion. I was created Muslim, and you were created or born Christian, Catholic, or any other religion. Why don't you respect what God has given you? You fully understand that you will be liable and accountable for what God has offered you. He gave you a duration starting from birth, going to death. You are liable for what lies in between. You are responsible for human dignity as a human being. God says, we have created you male and female, and we have created you in tribes to know one another, to communicate, to live and thrive. This is why we're created, and for this we have to live and survive. Thank you.
Thank you. Ugo Carneiro, member of Assembly of the Republic, Portugal. There isn't? Okay. Papa Sarr, member of the National Assembly, Senegal. Hey.
Excuse me. Please.
It's okay?
Bismillah, assalamu alaikum, bonjour à tous.
Good afternoon, everybody. Parliamentarians, dear friends, dear colleagues, it is with pride that I'm taking the floor today at this important conference on interfaith dialogue. The topic of our meeting, strengthening dialogue for our common future, has deep roots in the everyday life of my country and its history. The history, sociology, and everyday practice of Senegal is a living model of harmonious coexistence between religions. A country with a Muslim majority had as first presidents of a Christian, Leopold Senghor, whose relations with the Muslim community was excellent, and this is the basis of our nation. Today, a Christian can hold the highest official posts. This is the case of our current Minister for the Interior. This represents the spirit of Senegal, which has been made through centuries of respect and tolerance. It is the religious faith is something which enriches and unites and not divide. This culture of openness shown in our history in 1855, Alvise de Mosto was really surprised of the harmony in Senegal. Everybody was invited to drink and to eat and to have a place to sleep independently of their race and religion. After Antoine Dalit, an observer of Senegal, can describe this as a constant sharing among all the people of Senegal. But apart from this historical reference, it's through social practice that this harmony is expressed. Muslims share the meat of Tabaski with their Christian neighbors, and Christians offer their traditional dishes on the same occasion with the Muslim families. These are gestures of neighborliness and affection. In many places in Senegal, Muslims and Christians lie in the same shared cemeteries. Our societies be able to integrate various ethnic and religious streams. As Sharon Debabo, a Senegalese historian from the University of Pennsylvania, has said Senegal's Islam is a mixture between African and Arab traditions, and it is based on mutual respect, which is rooted in our civilization, which allows us to live together harmoniously. Ladies and gentlemen, this Senegalese experience is something I share with you, a country where people are brothers and sisters, where religious differences provides greater richness rather than dividing. But in order for this interfaith dialogue to be sincere and to bring peace, it would be hypocritical to speak of peace between religions without considering the ongoing war between Israel and Palestine, or the growing tension between Israel and Iran, and more recently between Iran and Lebanon. These conflicts, beyond their geopolitical complexities, also carry religious impacts. We have to be brave enough to say that peace cannot be protected with bombing or prolonged occupation. We also need to help Israel not to be led down the road to militarist protection. The first action of interreligious dialogue has to be that of a firm condemnation of violence, because we who are in a situation of stability have the need to protect this paper, but also to tell the truth. When this is needed, we believe that the spiritual faith which characterizes Senegal can spread throughout the world.
Maria Valente, member of National Assembly, Angola.
Yes. Your Excellency, President of the IPU, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is with a deep sense of responsibility and hope that I participate in this important parliamentary conference under the theme Building Trust and Embracing Hope for Our Common Future. We live in a time marked by cross-cutting challenges, social inequalities, forced displacement, climate change, ideological polarizations, and the worrying weakening of trust in democratic institutions. In such a context, interreligious dialogue emerged not only as a necessity, but as a moral and political urgency. As parliamentarians, we are entrusted with the mission of representing our people, legislation fairly, and exercising careful oversight of the institutions. But we are also guardians of social peace, promoters of cohesion, and mediators of hope. That is why we must work side by side with religious representatives and faith-based organizations, recognizing that the values of human dignity, equality, and mutual respect are transversal to the different traditions of faith and belief. We must reaffirm with conviction that freedom of religion or belief, including the right not to believe, is a universal human right. Where this right is denied, exclusion, fear, and violence flourish. Where it is promoted, dialogue, cooperation, and peace flourish. It is therefore our responsibility to ensure that our legislative systems combat intolerance, embrace diversity, and protect the most vulnerable, be they religious minorities, women, young people, or displaced persons. The Marrakesh Conference in 2023 marked a turning point. Today, here in Rome, we have the opportunity to consolidate this path, ensuring our parliamentary commitment in the values of fraternity, sisterhood, and universal solidarity. Let me conclude by stressing that our joint work must not be limited to reflection, but must translate into concrete action: education for peace, combating hate speech, promoting ethical leadership, and strengthening interinstitutional partnerships are paths that we must follow with determination. Let us, therefore, unite as true pilgrims of hope, placing human dignity at the center of our political decisions and building together a more just, more inclusive, and more human future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we have Rahman Rahmani, Speaker of Afghanistan Parliament. Okay. Cool. Yes.
Excuse me, we need the interpretation. Give us just 5 minutes. I have to go there and give him another 5 minutes. Yeah.
Sì, sì. Ah, okay. Okay. I call you later. Okay. Now we have Pa Daly, member of Daly Etrian, Ireland.
Goramahagut, Don Cuirev, Portox, son Disporok Shaw in Onroiv. Thank you for the opportunity to speak at this conference. The draft communique affirms that human dignity remains the foundation for peace, and we know from our recent history in Ireland that the challenges of building and sustaining peace is based on equality, respect for each other's traditions and language, and, as was said by Mr. Cassini yesterday, peace and community cohesion is not just the absence of war. We cannot bury the past without addressing injustice, truth and reconciliation, and it is for that reason that the Troubles Legacy Act was not acceptable to us. Other speakers have mentioned that this conference takes place at what seems like a crossroads in modern history, a time of widespread conflict, where moderation, a rules-based international order based on respect, human rights, the principles of the United Nations and the very real climate crisis are disregarded in favour of bombast, dispossession, short-term political and financial gain. Language, too, has been appropriated, and the meaning of the right of self-defence of nations has been distorted to a concept which is Orwellian in operation, unrecognisable to lawyers and contrary to common sense. Altering definitions of language deflect from the real problems. War and the threats of war dominate the newsfeed at the moment, but while we have heard a lot of other conflicts, we have relative silence about Gaza and the West Bank, and people are reluctant to speak out. However, clear debate has been distorted, politicised and weaponised against civil rights campaigners, human rights defenders, to silence leaders and artists and musicians who campaign for the weak, the repeatedly displaced Palestinian people, and the campaign for silence is achieving its goal. No state should be immune from criticism. Powerful nations facilitate and other nations look the other way. But we must not be afraid to speak. We must not silence or be silenced. Faith leaders also have a duty, and as Cardinal Kukavad said yesterday, war in the name of a religion is a perversion. No war can be fought in the name of God. Christianity, Islam and Judaism demand justice, righteousness, humility, the common good, helping your neighbour. No God decreed that lands belonging to any particular tribe. No God requires dispossession or ethnic cleansing or starvation. Religious leadership has also a role to play in speaking the truth to power and to dialogue, moral guidance and protecting minorities, refugees and the marginalised. Reflecting and agreeing here gives us hope that the current chaos and shortage of such values from world leaders will pass. We can encourage dialogue, encourage justice, encourage real peace and have the courage to challenge, to oppose and to confront injustice, because when injustice becomes the law, resistance is an obligation. Thank you.
Thank you. Azar Karimili, member of the National Assembly, Azerbaijan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Your Excellencies, esteemed religious leaders, dear colleagues. Much of the suffering we witness today, wars, division, and injustice, stems from our failure to embrace differences. The idea that everyone must think, believe, and live like me has caused immeasurable human pain. Azerbaijan offers another path. Even after the liberation of our territories from occupation, after our mosques, cemeteries, and homes were destroyed, and hundreds and thousands displaced, we choose peace over revenge. We extended a hand of peaceful coexistence. This is not weakness. It is strength, the strength to forgive, the courage to build bridges. While some still see religious diversity as a threat, Azerbaijan embraces it. We preserve the Armenian Gregorian Church in Baku, restore synagogues, Catholic and Orthodox Church, and even ancient Zoroastrian temples. At the same time, we have felt the deep loss caused by the destruction of our own religious heritage during occupation. That is why we know how sacred tolerance truly is. As historian Will Durant said, religion is not the source of morality, it is its assistant. Morality, compassion, and peace are values we all share across faiths and beyond them. That is why we believe religious leaders and lawmakers alike must stand united to defend freedom of belief, to reject hate, and to promote dialogue. Azerbaijan is ready to share its multicultural experience and to learn from all of you, because the world needs examples of understanding more than ever before. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nikola Lazic, member of the Serbian delegation to the Parliament Assembly of the Mediterranean. Hello.
Excellencies, honorable colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean, it is a pleasure to contribute to this important conference. I wish to thank the Italian Parliament, the Interparliamentary Union, and Religions for Peace for having organized this event. The theme of the general debate invites us to reflect on the importance of interfaith and intercultural dialogue, to combat hate and violent speech, as well as the determinal impact of intercrising mistrust across our societies and government in order to find pathways to combat this trend. In a world plagued by conflicts, environmental degradation, security and natural resource, and depending social-economic divides, we must reclaim the foundation that binds humanity, our shared and common future. Since its establishment, PAM has been working intensively to foster dialogue across the Euro-Mediterranean Gulf regions, including in cooperation with religion leaders, serving as a unique platform where different political, religious and cultural identities meet all on equal footing. Ongoing attempts to undermine democratic value and institutions cannot prevent our efforts to rebuild trust and restoring hope. The parliamentarians have a key role to play. In this regard, among other actions, PAM members are fully committed to implementation of the UN Pact for the Future, which recognises the importance of religion in promoting social cohesion and intercultural dialogue, and also highlight the need to eradicate religious discrimination and advocate for tolerance, inclusion and peaceful coexistence. To these efforts, the engagement of youth is crucial. PAM is working towards the establishment of the Youth Parliamentary Initiative. It is conceived as the forum aiming at gathering other existing fora, acting as a space for dialogue among parliamentarians, youth, and major stakeholders, including religious leaders, to address the challenges that new and future generations have been and will be facing. Thank you for your attention.
Now I think is ready the translation, and so I call Rahmani, Speaker of Afghanistan Parliament. Thank you very much.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
By the name of God, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests present at the Assembly. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizer and to the representatives from various countries who have gathered here to foster unity and share beliefs among the different religions of the world. Solidarity amongst various religious beliefs greatly contribute to strengthening human relationships and showing mutual respect. The cere region of Islam, the Muslim community, and the people of Afghanistan, who I represent, have always shown respect to all religions and have stood firmly against terrorism, religious extremism, and ethnic and sectarian prejudices. I find it necessary to take this opportunity to share some key and fundamental points about the current situation in my country, Afghanistan, as well as the potential threats that could impact countries in the region, at the wider world, and the future. First, you are all aware that Afghanistan has been under the control of Taliban group for the past 4 years. This has led to the destination of the economy, the education system, and the closure of schools and university for girls and women, among other issues plaguing the people of Afghanistan into disappear and halting progress in their lives. I am pleased to be part of this gathering today where religious scholars from all faiths of humanity are present. I would like to ask them which religion or sect permits the deprivation of a large segment of society, normally women, from education, learning, and work. Unfortunately, since coming to power, the Taliban have deprived this segment of the population from the blessing of education and employment. My sincere request from this assembly, especially from the scholars of Islamic faith, is to hear our rightful voice and initiate Islamic religious dialogues with the Taliban to ensure the right to education and learning for Afghan women and girls and respected within the framework of Islamic principles, so that our Afghan sisters may continue their education and pursue their careers. Second, the migration crisis over the past 4 years has affected many countries in the region and the West. If this situation continues, illegal migrations from Afghanistan will significantly increase in the coming months, posing challenges beyond the capacity of regional and Western nationals to manage. This could also lead to severe border security threats and economic boundaries burdened for the host countries. On behalf of the brave people of Afghanistan and the National Assembly, I appeal to the participating countries, especially the Islamic nations, the Taliban allies, the Union of Islamic Religious Scholars, members of the Interparliamentary Union, the Muhammadiyya Religious Scholars Association, and the global community. While appreciating the organization of such an event, I must clearly state that the only viable path to addressing the legitimate demands of the Afghan people and the international community is through applying pressure and initiating necessary dialogues. The 21st century is a time for consultation, understanding, and decision-making. The only way to rescue Afghanistan from its current crisis is through political dialogue, mutual understanding, and inclusive disclosure. The international community and peace-loving countries must compel the Taliban to engage in permanent dialogue and stand alongside the people of Afghanistan. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Now is Christos Dermetsopoulos, member of the Hellenic Parliament, Greece.
Thank you, President. Distinguished colleagues, dear friends, I stand before you today not only as a member of the Hellenic Parliament, but as someone who comes from a region long shaped by geography, a meeting point of peoples, faiths, and histories. In Greece, and particularly in Evros, a border region in the northeast, the importance of trust and coexistence is deeply felt. Though often tested due to its geopolitical position, Evros also serves as a quiet but powerful example of harmonious interfaith living, where Christian and Muslim communities have coexisted peacefully for generations. In regions like Evros, interfaith coexistence is not a goal, it is a life tradition, and it teaches us that mutual respect is the strongest antidote to fear. Today, as we reflect on how to strengthen trust and embrace hope, we must recognize that these are not passive ideals. They demand action. Trust is forged through transparency, accountability, and the courage to govern not only for popularity, but for justice. It is built in how we legislate, how we protect minorities, and how we treat those who are different. Hope, too, is a conscious choice. It means believing in shared futures even when the present seems fragmented. It is sustained by educators who teach respect, by religious leaders who build bridges, and by young people who choose unity over division. But trust and hope remain fragile unless we embed them in the foundations of our societies, in our institutions, in our schools, in our political culture. In the Greek experience, and especially in places like Evros, we see clearly that borders may define geography, but they must not define our humanity. Dear colleagues, let us leave this gathering not only with shared words, but with shared commitments. Let us build nations that do not fear difference, but draw strength from it. Because trust is not naive, and hope is not luxury. They are our responsibility and our legacy. Thank you.
Thanks. Manzila Udin, member of the House of Lords, United Kingdom. No? Okay. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Your Excellencies, distinguished and honorable friends, thank you for this honor, and I accept with gratitude in being able to address you. We are witnessing a horrific acts of aggression, occupation, undermining basic rules of human decency in the hands of few, using bombs as claim to their rightful place in our world. Have we learned nothing from Hiroshima or the Holocaust? Amid this darkness, we stand at the precipice of also observing sacred intervention of young people who all over the world are audaciously resisting a narrative set by their leaders. Distress with what they regard as breaking a covenant of trust, abandoning principles of justice. Young people are being punished for observing their fundamental freedom and rights to protest. It is the young people who are standing in solidarity with victims of wars, climate justice and peace, who can now be vilified for their acts of resistance on the streets of many global cities and on university campuses. If we are serious about their futures as the next generation of leaders, we must stand with them, and it is our absolute obligation to do so. Here I wish to draw the attention, your attention, to the many decades of interfaith work in UK, which have developed over many decades. And we have defeated extremism by protest as well as at the ballot box. Faith leaders in the UK continue to overcome challenges to safeguard one another's rights. Unity will require affirmative participation of men and women in framing a new paradigm shift of justice, equality at all levels, more so that we live at a time where massive technological advance and revolutions are taking place, which makes access to information on their live stream easy. So we cannot ignore this, and we do so at our citizens' democratic peril. Noble friends, noble leaders, I speak as a mother of our children's anguish about their experiences and what they're seeing on their screens. They're searching for us in us, an explanation why some are valued more than others, some countries are afforded protection and not the others, and others can be destroyed at the behest of a handful of leadership hell-bent on destroying everything we have believed and everything we have held dear for generations. Young people are seeking in us to resolve some of the world's most compelling issues of security, justice, climate crisis and peace. We must not dismiss their fears and desire for agency and hope. Young people are seeing our public silence as a crisis of moral compass. My friends, I stand before you today as a daughter who experienced war, a mother and a grandmother who is desperate for a safer and a world, and as a legislator with deep commitment to lead and make changes for a better world. This is my personal pledge, that together we begin to heal our fractured world.
Grazie, Mohamed Mekegwe, member of National People's Assembly. Algeria, please. 3 minutes.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم سيدات والسادة الحضور.
In the name of God, the all-merciful and compassionate, ladies and gentlemen, may the peace of God be upon you. I'm very pleased to speak on behalf of the Algerian Parliament. I also wish to greet you on behalf of Mr. Ibrahim Boughali, President of the National Parliamentary Assembly, and also on behalf of the people of Algeria, which has written its history with the blood of its martyrs. We are here at an event in which we fully understand the meaning of that message. Despite all of our differences, we all believe in the value of dialogue, and we all wish to overcome barriers and build bridges. We also wish to reiterate that freedom cannot be achieved through slogans, but through law and through practice. Algeria is a land of coexistence and tolerance. And a neighbor, we still have Augustine's Cathedral, which allows us to understand the meaning of coexistence. And he himself was one of the most influential personalities in Christianity. Furthermore, we also have Abdelkader, the Algerian who supported many Christians and Jews in Syria, becoming a major symbol of tolerance. Tolerance in Algeria isn't anything new. It was built and included in our constitution under Article 51, which states that freedom, especially freedom of belief, is to be upheld. The state, therefore, also wishes to protect all religious symbols, and not only through texts. Algeria has built a number of churches devoted to St. Augustine, Santa Cruz, as it also builds mosques. We also have a Ministry of Culture, which focuses on all of the cultures and religions present, not just Islam. In 2022, we passed Act 025, which aims to counter hate speech. We wish to underline the importance of dialogue. Unfortunately, many areas in the world are facing major challenges which go beyond cultural and religious values. There are entire peoples being killed. We are also seeing that the rule of law is being trampled. Dialogue can not only be measured through conferences or through our ability to travel from one country to another. We need to have a common stance when it comes to upholding rights and supporting the weakest members of society. What is happening in Palestine and Gaza isn't just a human tragedy. It is also a way of measuring the value we give to freedom and tolerance that we speak about so often. Churches and mosques are being bombed. Civilians are being killed. Children and women are being killed. And silence is not neutral. Ladies and gentlemen, Algeria has made an international appeal to create World Coexistence Day, which should not be a mere symbol. These are ideals which have to be upheld. And we also have the UN Day dedicated to hope, which also started in Algeria. We have to continue countering terrorism and corruption. And we have a number of different religious symbols devoted to both Muslims and to other religions. We have to strive towards achieving real change. And finally, I'd like to reiterate my country's commitment under the guidance of President Tabou. And Algeria will continue speaking out to uphold peace, freedom, and hope. Thank you.
Grazie. Now is Hahem El Hadi, Baha'i International Community Representative to the Arab region.
Thank you. Madam President, Mr. Chairman, distinguished parliamentarians, esteemed religious leaders, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to take part in this thoughtful gathering, and I extend warm appreciation to the Interparliamentary Union, the Italian Parliament, and Religion for Peace for convening this important dialogue. As mentioned, I represent the Baha'i international community in the Arab region. As many of you have already observed, we witness today in the world fragmentation and longing for shared purpose. Gatherings such as this offer a glimpse of what becomes possible when lawmakers, faith leaders, academics, and civil society come together not simply to speak but to listen with openness and humility. Yes, listen with openness and humility, a term that has been repeated so many times today. But friends, listening in this forum is not enough. The value of this forum lies not only in what we say here or what we hear here, but more in how we carry these encounters back to our own societies. The bonds we begin to form across differences must take root beyond these walls, and rather within the fabric of our own respective countries. Expressing support for coexistence is important, but alone it does not build social cohesion. Alone it does not build peace or save lives. Deeds, not words, will distinguish this gathering from those that came before it. The question we may ask ourselves is, what commitment can each of us make now? What commitment can we make when we return from here? What kind of experiences can we develop until we meet again? Can we have some kind of a scorecard, a barometer, for which we can commit, for which we can promise each other, for which we can promise humanity? Imagine that we reconvene here, maybe 24 months from now, each having held inclusive and sincere listening sessions, not here, but back in our own countries. Yes, it will take a lot of courage. It will take a lot of courage for many people here to break away from the norm and from social pressures back in our respective countries. Reaching out to those who have been marginalized, discriminated against, or even persecuted because of their faith will take a lot of courage. But how much richer would our exchanges be if we come back together after delivering on this commitment? The need or the ask that I'm requesting from each one of you here is to create space for listening, create space for strengthening social cohesion, and creating space for creating a spirit of fellowship across the spectrum of beliefs in your respective country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Now we have Michael Cooper, member of the House of Commons, Canada. Michael. Push the button. Yellow button. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pull microphone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It is an honor to make brief submissions about interfaith dialogue in the Canadian context. Religion and freedom of religion are interwoven into the fabric of Canada, in our culture, in our institutions, in our civil society. The Canadian Charter of Rights, which is part of Canada's Constitution, recognizes the supremacy of God and that everyone has the fundamental freedoms of conscience and religion. Unfortunately, in recent years, we have faced challenges in seeing that those fundamental freedoms are secured for all Canadians in the face of an uptick in violence, intimidation, and hate. Among the disturbing trends that we have seen as of late in Canada is the targeting of Christian places of worship with a wave of arsons since 2021. Over these past 4 years, more than 100 churches have been set ablaze and firebombed. And concerningly, very few criminal charges have been laid. We have also seen a significant and disturbing uptick in the rise of anti-Semitism, in which members of Canada's Jewish community have been targeted with violence and intimidation, and we have seen a most significant uptick since Hamas's genocidal attack of October the 7th. And let me say that the forces behind these disturbing trends are the antithesis of principles of tolerance, understanding, and pluralism. And so in the face of these and other challenges, it is essential that we build mechanisms and frameworks to build bridges across diverse communities, to promote understanding and to reconcile differences. And interfaith dialogue plays an integral role in the face of stemming polarization and extremism. Now, speaking as a Canadian Member of Parliament, I can say that our parliamentary institutions in Canada have done a relatively good job in facilitating dialogue and input from Canada's diverse religious communities. And I see my time is running out, so I will leave it there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Kofi Kwasi, member of National Assembly, Costa d'Avorio. There isn't. Esben Larsen from the World Bank. Okay. Monica Bartos, member of the National Assembly, Hungary.
Dear Madam President.
Thank you.
Dear Mr. Chair, dear fellow representatives. In Hungary, freedom of religion has a long history, as Hungary was the first country in Europe to enshrine it in law in 1568. Christianity and Christian culture have been and still are a defining force in Hungary, as well as key contributors to the survival and identity of our national minorities. Our fundamental law recognizes the role of Christianity in preserving nationhood, but it also honors the various religious traditions of our country. All communities that define themselves as religious communities are entitled to constitutional protection. Religious communities and the state function separately, but can work together for the achievement of community goals. I believe that in my country, the Hungarian Parliamentary Prayer Group is a key means of building bridges between churches and stakeholders present in public life. The prayer group is a cross-denominational and cross-party community, a special space for listening and dialogue. It is present not only in the National Assembly, but also facilitates faith-based community building in several ministries and county municipalities. On several occasions, the prayer group has organized charity events and concerts hosting those most in need. Our guests come not only from Hungary, but from all over the world. The prayer group's mediation role is also evident in difficult political situations that may evolve with other countries and also in time of conflict. Even in the most difficult times, we have been and continue to be able to engage in value-based dialogue with everyone, be they politicians, religious figures, or any members of society. Several religious partners of the Hungary Health Programme have signaled that major international aid organizations, including those with Christian values, are refusing to provide targeted and direct support to Christian communities in need, citing the principle of neutrality. This, in many cases, reinforces the discrimination that already exists against these Christian communities. The Hungarian Parliamentary Prayer Group has also been approached by people and communities abroad who have experienced this discrimination firsthand, and they have been very grateful that we have listened and paid attention to them. We often witness very painful conversation and common prayers. It is painful to see and feel the pain of those persecuted for their religion. Many of them only have a need to feel a spiritual connection to us and ask us to pray for them. The Hungarian Parliamentary Prayer Group and its members strive to live up to expectations and to build real bridges. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have Tiago Alves Pinto. There isn't. Pedro Commissario Alfonso. Okay. Ruben Emmanuel. Guillermo Rodriguez, Paraguay. And the last, Kazimierz Judzowski, member of the Senate of Poland. Okay. President, we are finished? Okay, we have the next session at 5 o'clock in p.m. for the closing ceremony. And now we can stop to take a coffee or tea on to go many walk. Okay. Thank you very much all. Dear colleagues, we will now be hearing from the rapporteurs of the panels. The high-level panel addressed countering hatred based on religion or belief, de-escalating polarization, preventing dehumanization and religious weaponization. The rapporteur for this panel is Eminence Archbishop Angelos Coptic Orthodox Archbishop of London. I give the floor.
Thank you, Excellency. The report of the panel. Our panel explored the many ways legislators and religious leaders can serve as bridge builders between divided communities to promote peaceful coexistence and mutual respect. Based on reflections from parliamentary representatives, religious leaders, human rights experts, and youth activists, the discussion examined how collaboration across these sectors can de-escalate polarization, prevent dehumanization, and resist the instrumentalization of religion for political ends. Legislators and religious leaders both have unique forms of influence, one grounded in political mandate, the other in moral or spiritual authority. Together, they are well positioned to foster trust, uphold fundamental freedoms, and support the gradual development of more inclusive societies. Interfaith dialogue was identified as a helpful tool in promoting mutual understanding and countering fear and division, especially when guided by shared values such as human dignity, compassion, and responsibility towards others. Several contributors underscored that religion should not be compartmentalized from the social or political life of communities, particularly in regions where belief is integral to identity. Speakers also recognized that hatred on the grounds of religion or belief remains a pressing reality in many parts of the world, and highlighted the role of education on and for religions as a crucial step in addressing this challenge. Rather than seeing religion as a source of conflict, the panel highlighted its potential to inspire solidarity, ethical leadership, and long-standing commitment to peace. Cooperation between legislators and religious leaders was viewed not as a symbolic gesture, but as a practical necessity in societies striving for stability and cohesion. Participants emphasized that all collaboration must be grounded in honest, pragmatic dialogue. It requires setting aside political and doctrinal competition and recognizing the complementary roles each actor plays. Religious leaders were encouraged to offer clear and consistent moral guidance, while legislators were reminded of their responsibility to listen to all communities, not only those that reflect their own background or belief. The key theme was the importance of engaging young people. Sorry, I'll read that again. Our key theme was the importance of engaging young people, women, and minorities in these efforts. Intergenerational and inclusive dialogue was seen as essential to building resilience in societies facing complex challenges, from disinformation and socio-political fragmentation. Youth were described not merely as future leaders, but as current contributors to peace building, especially when empowered to shape narratives and take part in policy-making processes. In moving forward, the panel called for broader access to interfaith and intercultural dialogue, greater inclusion of marginalized voices, and stronger connections between local initiatives and global efforts. When legislators and religious leaders work together with sincerity and shared purpose, They can help shape societies rooted in justice, mutual respect, and lasting peace. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Panel 1 addressed Advancing Inclusive Societies, Ensuring Freedom of Religion or Belief. The rapporteur for this panel is Professor Ahmed Shahed, Professor of International Human Rights Law in the School of Law and Human Rights Center at the University of Essex and former UN Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Religion or Belief. I give the floor to him.
Thank you, Chair. The panel explored how parliaments, religious actors, and civil society can act in unison to advance freedom of religion or belief as a foundation for peaceful, just, and inclusive societies. Speakers emphasized that freedom of religion or belief is not just a legal principle, but a practical condition for development, social cohesion, and human dignity. Ensuring this right requires that parliamentarians adopt a holistic approach that integrates gender equality, addresses intersecting forms of discrimination, and respects the dignity of both individuals and communities, whether religious or not. Panelists highlighted the interconnection between freedom of religion or belief and all other rights, and all the Sustainable Development Goals, as well as critical role in preventing exclusion, coercion, and violence. They called on parliamentarians to use their powers to review laws through a human rights lens, invest in policies that foster inter-community trust, and support peer-to-peer learning initiatives. Religious leaders and actors were recognized for their unique capacity to model coexistence, counter fear, suspicion, and religious supremacism, and build resilience when they engage in dialogue, cooperation, and joint humanitarian action. Examples from Ethiopia, Indonesia, and Morocco showed how inclusive local initiatives, training of faith leaders, and collaborative efforts between the state and religious communities can heal historical divisions and promote mutual respect. The discussion also explored tools such as the Faith for Rights Toolkit, which enables a participatory and effective soft law approach to tackling root causes of human rights violations, including media incitement and gender-based discrimination. Youth inclusion, education in religious and indigenous spiritualities, and an effort to ensure that religious texts are interpreted in ways that align with human rights standards were emphasized as key strategies to minimize the high costs of hate crime, counter extremism, and foster unity in diversity. To turn principles into progress, participants urged parliamentarians to join platforms such as the International Panel of Parliamentarians for Freedom of Religion or Belief, IPP-FORB, integrate freedom of religion or belief across policy domains, and champion inclusive dialogue at all levels. Concrete steps include investing in community building initiatives, embedding freedom of religion or belief in national development agendas and education systems, and ensuring all voices, including women, youth, indigenous peoples, and all minorities, are heard. In a time of deepening divisions and multiplying conflicts, advancing freedom of religion or belief is not just a matter of justice, but of building a common peaceful future grounded in dignity, trust, and hope. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Panel 2 addressed promoting ethical leadership at all levels, investing in education for peace. The rapporteur for this panel is Dr. Fadi Daou, Executive Director of Globetics.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Excuse me, the voice. Probably you have to change the place. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. You want me to be standing?
Thank you, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. So this panel explored the intersection between ethical leadership and peace education as essential pillars for just, inclusive, and cohesive societies. Speakers from diverse regions and sectors emphasized that leadership grounded in values such as integrity, accountability, inclusion, and solidarity must be nurtured intentionally through education, executive training for faith actors and leaders and MPs, community engagement, and personal examples. In a time marked by conflict, polarization, and loss of trust in institutions, ethical leadership is not a luxury, but a necessity. It must be practiced at all levels, political, spiritual, educational, and social, and grounded in service to the common good. A recurring theme was the importance of peace education as a foundation for ethical leadership. Indeed, education must promote value-based learning, foster critical thinking, and equip individuals to resist manipulation, hate speech, and division. Formal curricula that include ethics, religious literacy, and media literacy were seen as vital to accomplish this effort. Speakers also warned against the instrumentalizations of religion to justify violence, especially in nowadays context. They understood the need for leaders who promote coexistence, uphold dignity, all human dignity for all, and listen with humility. Peace, they argued, does not emerge from declarations, but from a consistent commitment to dialogue, empathy, listening, capacity to compromise, and shared responsibility. Several examples were shared on national and grassroots levels to institutionalize peace education and develop value-driven leadership. This included leadership training for young people or executive people, educational programs focused on reconciliation and human rights, and proposals for dedicated institutions and agendas to advance ethical leadership. Across the board, panelists stressed the urgency of investing in young people as agents of change and the need to create inclusive spaces online and offline where all feel respected and heard. The discussion also emphasized that ethical leadership begins with self-awareness. Participants spoke of the need to educate future leaders not only in governance or law, but in how to live together, how to serve, and how to lead with compassion. Leadership, in this view, is not about holding power, but about inspiring trust and guiding others through complexity with courage and principles. The final message of the panel was clear. Education is the seedbed of ethical leadership, and every individual, regardless of role or background, has a part to play in nurturing it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Panel 3 addressed interfaith dialogue for the inclusion of women in public life. The rapporteur for this panel is Honorable Cynthia Lopez Castro, Senator of Mexico and President of the IPU Bureau of Women Parliamentarians.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cassini, and also I want to congratulate you for this great initiative and make it possible the second parliamentary conference of interfaith dialogue. I know that it was your idea, Mr. Cassini, so I want to congratulate you because it was a great and amazing conference here in Rome. Also, I want to congratulate and thank you the Parliament of Rome and the Speaker, the Parliament of Italy and the Speaker of Italy for all the support in this interfaith dialogue. So the panel examined the role of interfaith dialogue in promoting the inclusion of women in public life. We need more women in public life. Now we are the 27% of women in parliaments, and we need more representation in more roles in the world. So I expect that from this conference we will continue working and have more women in participation, more women in parliaments, more women raising the voice, more women in the debate, and more women leading our countries. So I would like to make the report. So as of January 2025, women hold the 27% of parliamentary seats globally, up from 30% in 2000, so it has been increasing. In parliamentary elections held across 59 countries in 2024, women accounted the 26.7% of those elected elections. So while this marks progress, the speakers underline the limitations of representation in the absence of real influence or protections. Quotas, legal commitments, and gender-sensitive mechanisms remain essential for addressing this imbalance and protecting women's access to public roles. A recurring theme of the panel, panel number 3, was the impact of violence, including online gender-based violence, which often target women in politics. So on top of this, disinformation and digital harassment has pushed some to resign from elected positions altogether. So this is a very important topic that we raised in panel number 3. A lot of women in politics resign because of harassment, because of political violence, and sometimes we don't know what to do, we don't know how can we continue, and sometimes the only way is to drop politics and go out. So my main message from panel number 3 is to strengthen all women that are here to continue working, to continue fighting, to continue doing our job in politics, even though we have violence all the time and it's more affected women. So that was one of the topic. Also stressed that women of faith were already leading with their communities. So their presence in interfaith dialogue is not just a matter of justice, it's also a question of visibility and influence. So when we exclude women for the conversation, we are not having a total conversation with gender perspective. We need more women leading also religious institutions. We need more women participating in religious topics in the world. We need more women leading organizations, because if not, we are not doing the things with gender perspective, and we need women in the table. So that's our conclusion from panel 3. Also, another key concern was the underrepresentation of women among those invited to participate in interfaith forums. So indeed, religious leaderships remain predominantly male, so limiting both the scope and the legitimacy of such dialogue. So the panel called for a deliberate broadening of participation to include female faith actors and subject matter experts. Representation must also translate into meaningful engagement, and women must be taken seriously when we speak, and not just to invite to fill quotas. We need to be an actor. We need to be very active in the interfaith dialogue. So the panel concludes that the inclusion of women in both in political and in religious life is essential to build more and just cohesive societies. Interfaith dialogues can serve a powerful level, but not only active, includes women as equal participants and leaders. So I repeat it again and again, without women is not a fair dialogue in the interfaith dialogue. Without women is not fair a political dialogue. Without women, we are not promoting gender equality. So our conclusion is to keep going, to continue fighting all women. Is not easy in any country in the world. Now, in 194 countries in the world, we only have 18 presidents, women, or prime ministers. So we need more women leading countries. We cannot be only the 11% of the world leading countries. I feel very proud that in Mexico we have a woman president after 200 years. And also I see some countries here that have a woman president, but we have to continue working very hard. And also, we cannot be half of the population and just be representing the 27%. If we are half of the population, we need 50% of women in parliament. So let's keep working on that. And just congratulate President Tulia, that is the third woman president of IPU that has been doing a great work. So President Tulia, congratulations. And in Italy and in all parts of the world, it's time for women. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for you. Very nice, like usual. Panel 4, addressed fostering solidarity and action for people in vulnerable situations. The rapporteur for this panel is Claire Thomas, Executive Director of Minority Rights Group.
Thank you, Chair. This panel explored how parliaments, religious leaders and other stakeholders can work together to promote solidarity and concrete action for people in vulnerable situations. And we paused on people in vulnerable situations, not vulnerable people. And the point was made that everyone can be vulnerable, everyone is vulnerable, and everyone could potentially be vulnerable, and paused on that point. Speakers stressed the importance of including marginalised groups, such as Indigenous peoples, displaced populations, persons with disabilities and religious minorities, both in emergency responses but also in long-term policy planning. They called attention to the suffering of the civilian population in Gaza. This was a really urgent case requiring international attention, requiring a ceasefire and immediate humanitarian access, and urged participants to move beyond abstract references to peace and coexistence and instead focus on tangible political and humanitarian action. A recurring theme was the importance of bringing religious voices into global policy agendas. Religious actors and communities are often the first to respond in a crisis, and they're also often the last to leave. Yet their role is frequently overlooked in development frameworks. The panel underscored the value of structured partnerships between parliaments and religious institutions, with an emphasis on transparency, mutual respect and shared goals. Participants called for a deeper engagement with faith-based actors to deliver social services, spiritual care and community cohesion, particularly in those contexts where state institutions can really struggle to reach those in need. Speakers also challenged the idea that charity alone is sufficient. They argued for a more integrated approach that balances compassion with long-term empowerment. This includes recognizing the dignity of work, promoting economic inclusion, and ensuring equality and access to education and healthcare for all. At the same time, they warned that modern systems, including global education, artificial intelligence, can perpetuate Western-centric norms and threaten diverse cultures and traditions if not approached thoughtfully. Several overlooked or underrepresented groups were identified, including indigenous peoples who are often labelled as poor despite their resilient and incredibly valuable knowledge systems. Also, young people facing chronic unemployment, pensioners living in precarious conditions, and people with disabilities were highlighted. Pause on the people with disabilities point. 10% of the world's population, but they often don't appear. And everything my colleague just said about women, you could also say about people with disabilities. Does your parliament include 10% of members who are people with disabilities? Did your delegation to this conference include 10% of people with disabilities? If you're a religious actor, does your religion really go the extra mile to make your services, your events and your materials accessible to people with disabilities? So maybe just think about that. The vulnerability of minority cultures and spiritual traditions was also noted, with participants calling for recognition of non-Western forms of knowledge and belief. This panel emphasised the need for comprehensive anti-discrimination legislation. There was a call in this hall, in this chamber yesterday, for inclusion laws. We kind of have them. They're called comprehensive anti-discrimination legislation. And this can be a cornerstone of national efforts to ensure equity and social cohesion. Such legislation is essential not only to prohibit direct and indirect discrimination across all sectors of life, but also to create the legal tools necessary for redress and accountability. Participants also stressed that without clear legal frameworks to combat systemic bias, whether based on ethnicity, religion, gender, disability, or other status, efforts to focus solidarity risk remaining aspirational. Robust anti-discrimination laws help shift societies from tolerance to genuine inclusion and equal participation. Finally, the panel concluded that the most powerful contributions religious leaders and legislators can make are those that focus on people who are left behind. Solidarity must go beyond coexistence. It requires trust, teamwork, and the political will to embed law in policy and practice. All religions, as well as atheist philosophies, converge around shared values of compassion, justice, and human dignity. These values must be the foundation for concrete, coordinated efforts to ensure no one is excluded from the benefits of development or denied their fundamental rights. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you, rapporteurs, for your reports. I congratulate you on the high quality of the panel. It's my pleasure now, before presenting the outcome document, to give the floor to Martin Chinkong, the great Secretary General of Interparliamentary Union, and I want to thank you and all the assistants that they worked very well in this occasion. And obviously I want to extend my gratitude to the assistant of a parliament in Italy, it's a Senate and Chamber of Deputies. Martin, give it the floor.
Thank you very much. I will allow myself to call you Pier Ferdinando Casini, because you're a very good friend of the IPU and myself. You are honorary president of the IPU, and it was so refreshing to see at the podium here the honorary president of the IPU and the incumbent president of the IPU chairing these deliberations. It speaks volumes for what we're all here to do. I would like also to recognize the speakers of Parliament. Of course, I recognize President Tulia Action. I recognize the speakers of Parliament present here, all members of Parliament, representatives of faiths and beliefs who have joined us in this very important conference. I recognize our partners, including those of the United Nations and other and civil society organizations. And please, I am so moved when I see this diverse group of stakeholders meeting in these hallowed precincts of the Parliament of Italy. It is an honor for me indeed to address you as we close the deliberations of this second conference on parliamentary interfaith dialogue. We have just heard very illustrious personalities report on the deliberations that have taken place in the various sessions that have taken place during the past 2 days. And I believe that the magnificent surroundings in which we have met in plenary and in the committee rooms have lent themselves to very fruitful deliberations, very substantive deliberations, as you have heard from the reporters that have presented reports of the outcomes. And it's heartening for me personally to hear, for the most part, that we all share something in common. We recognize that there are problems in this world, and that is an understatement. We just need to see what is happening in the world today, a world embroiled in turmoil, a world embroiled in conflict, crises of every manner. But what is reassuring to me, ladies and gentlemen, is that there are still voices of moderation and reason. While the world is burning, is on fire, those voices are convened here by the global convener of parliaments, the IPU, to reflect on how we can jointly work to quench the fires that are out there. And I want to salute your commitment to that cause. But let me also use this opportunity to thank the authorities of the Italian Parliament for offering to host us in these wonderful precincts. I want to add my voice once again to what my colleague Cynthia Castro-Lopez said in congratulating you, Pier Ferdinando, on your vision and leadership. As I speak here, I remember that day in 2023 when I came to pay a courtesy visit to you here. I was on another mission here, and we sat in your office and you told me, Martin, I would like for us to have the second conference on interfaith dialogue here in Rome. And before I could answer, you had picked up your phone and called Monsignor Fisichella, say, oh, we have the Secretary General of the IPU here, and he has agreed for us to hold the second conference here. So, it happens. I think it portrays the person you are, action-oriented. You don't dilly-dally, you go straight for it. And I think that what we have achieved in these past 2 days lends credence to your leadership and vision, and I want to salute that. As I also stand here, ladies and gentlemen, I am reminded of what the new Pope, His Holiness Pope Leo XIV said at the very beginning of his papacy. And he said that for him, peace is foremost among his priorities. And he has insisted, he has emphasized that peace is not merely the absence of war, but a personal effort that comes from the heart. I think we can draw inspiration from the visions of both Popes Francis and Pope Leo and conclude that hope is a prerequisite for peace. At the IPU, we continuously and consistently emphasize the importance of dialogue in building peace. But dialogue only works if the participants enter into it from a position of hope and trust. And it only works if it is inclusive. I think we had a reference to that. If it is inclusive of women, Cynthia, I think, You'll be very happy about that, of young people, and of those in marginalized or vulnerable situations. Dialogue relies on finding a connection between the interlocutors, a mutual understanding, common ground, and a shared perspective. I hope that these 2 days have provided an opportunity for everyone here to find those links and build those bridges. I should not say I hope, I have just heard you say that we have been able to achieve that understanding from what the rapporteurs have said. In the coming year, the IPU membership will be formulating its next 5-year strategy for the period from 2027 to 2031. I have been very discreet and silent during these 2 days because I've been sniffing around to get as many ideas as possible so that I can fit this into the deliberations that would lead to a new strategy. And I think that we come away with a wealth of such ideas. I know for certain that the IPU strategy will always be anchored in parliamentary diplomacy and dialogue as envisioned by our founding fathers. And I'm sure that the importance of the cooperation between parliaments and representatives of religions, beliefs, and faith-based organizations, as exemplified by this conference, will continue to be recognized by the whole IPU membership. We have strenuously stressed that parliaments cannot work in a vacuum. They need to reach out to a whole ecosystem of stakeholders around them, and religion and belief leaders and organizations are a key piece of that puzzle. As has been emphasized time and again over the past 2 days of this conference, more than 80% of people worldwide identify with a religion, which means that we have our work cut out for us. Since the first Parliamentary Interfaith Conference in Marrakesh 2 years ago, we have pursued our work in religious engagement on many fronts. In addition to the second part of the parliamentary report on religion and belief, which, Madam President, you launched this morning, we have indeed been involved on many fronts. We have organized several webinars and side events at our assemblies, even dipping our toes into the world of podcasts. And I think my friend Thomas Fitzsimmons, our Director of Communications, will be very pleased about that. This week, our first podcast on interfaith dialogue went live as part of the IPU on Air series, featuring 2 MPs and interfaith champions you have also heard from at this conference. And throughout all our work on peace, security, and parliamentary diplomacy, we are at pains to emphasize not only the religious dimensions of conflict, but also the potential role of religious engagement in fostering peace. In addition to building bridges and fostering dialogue, I hope that this conference will also have provided impetus for parliamentarians present to take concrete actions at home. The Rome communique, which will be presented shortly, sets out a series of such actions, and I would not like to go into it. I don't want to reveal the secret. I don't want to let the cat out of the bag, and I believe the presenters of this outcome document will be able to give you details of that foundational document. But I believe that it is inspired by the spirit of this Jubilee year, and it covers a diversity of issues, including the need for parliamentarians and parliaments to adopt legislative provisions to protect freedom of religion and counter hate speech, enhancing parliamentary mechanisms for interacting with religious and faith-based actors, supporting peace education, ensuring the meaningful engagement of women and youth, and actively engaging in parliamentary and multi-stakeholder diplomacy. Let me conclude by expressing one hope, and that is that our partners outside Parliament can also draw lessons from the communiqué and take corresponding actions within their communities and organizations. I, above all, hope that everyone here will leave this conference with a feeling of hope and inspiration for the work ahead to nurture and strengthen their respective constituencies and the links between them in the interests of peace and prosperity for all. I want to be reminded of what I think has happened here, and that is that there have been voices that have been made loud and clear that we should be making more noise when it comes to pushing back on extremism, those extremist tendencies that are intended to cause strife and conflict in the world today. We need to muster that courage to fight back on these negative trends if we can hope to bring about a more peaceful world. So I hope that we can take with us that resolve as we go back home. And since I like to act as an insurance salesperson, I want to say that the next great opportunity for us to continue this laudable work will be the summit of the world's top legislators, the World Conference of Speakers of Parliament, which will be taking place in Geneva from the 29th to the 31st of July this year. It will be an opportunity for speakers to address the challenges that are facing the world today, and hopefully will be resolved to contribute most robustly to solutions that will help make this world a better place. So I note that there have been several speakers in this meeting here. I still see them around, many of them are my friends. And I hope that if you have not planned to come, this particular conference in Rome will be added encouragement for you to book your tickets and come to Geneva. I'm sure you'll have a good time there. So thank you very much for this opportunity to address you.
Thank you very much, Martin. It's a pleasure now to present the outcome document, the Rome Communiqué, alongside Ms. Fernanda San Martin Carrasco, Director of the International Panel of Parliamentarians for Freedom of Religion or Belief and former Member of Parliament of Bolivia. I give her the floor.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We parliamentarians from around the world gather in Rome for the second Parliamentary Conference on Interfaith Dialogue, organized by the Interparliamentary Union and the Parliament of Italy, with the support of Religions for Peace. This conference builds on the Marrakesh Communiqué of 2023 and takes place during the year of the Jubilee, called by the late Pope Francis. We meet amid global uncertainty, conflict, and rising polarization. At this critical time, we reaffirm our shared responsibility to work across political, religious, and cultural divides to promote peace, dignity, and justice for all. We reject the misuse of religion or belief to incite hatred or violence, and we are deeply concerned about narratives that discriminate or dehumanize based on religion or belief. Instead, we affirm that interfaith dialogue, rooted in human rights and dignity, is a powerful antidote to hatred and polarization. Trust and hope are vital to this work. Trust in institutions, between communities, and in leadership helps build social cohesion. Hope grounded in justice and inclusion sustains our belief in a better future. Interfaith dialogue is a powerful tool to prevent division and build a shared future. We recognize the value of parliamentary and religious diplomacy in fostering dialogue, cooperation, and trust between communities. Both parliamentarians and religious actors are responsible for advancing justice and fostering solidarity. Ethical leadership is essential to building peaceful and resilient societies. Parliamentarians must uphold democratic values and inclusive governance. Through their lawmaking, budgetary oversight, and representational roles, they must protect the human rights of all, including those most at risk. We emphasize the importance of peace education and inclusive civic spaces. We reject discrimination justified in the name of religion or belief. And we affirm the equal participation of women in political and religious life. We further acknowledge the indispensable role of faith communities in supporting people in vulnerable situations. Finally, we recognize young people as agents of peace and shared future. Their full participation in shaping our societies is not only necessary, it is urgent. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. The document so continues. We encourage all parliaments to undertake the following action. Strengthen provisions for freedom of thought, conscience, religion or belief, and other human rights in law and in practice, ensuring equal treatment and protection for all. Counter hate speech, polarizing and dehumanizing narratives, and the weaponization of religion or belief by speaking out against toxic language, promoting inclusive public discourse, and adopting measures that punish advocacy of hatred that constitutes incitement to discrimination, hostility or violence, while protecting freedom of expression. Counter digital threats to democracy and human dignity, and promote responsible use of digital platforms and AI by advocating for robust regulation that ensures these technologies uphold democratic values and respect for human rights and protect public trust. Foster ethical leadership rooted in justice, integrity, humility, and the common good, ensuring transparency, accountability, responsible governance, and service to the public. Establish or enhance parliamentary bodies and mechanisms dedicated to interfaith dialogue and promote engagement with faith actors. Support peace education initiatives, including through dedicated curricula that promote inclusion, empathy, critical thinking, and respect for human rights. Engage with faith actors in the process of addressing areas of possible tension between religions and human rights. Ensure meaningful and inclusive participation by women and youth in political, cultural, religious, social, economic, and public life, and take firm action against gender-based discrimination and violence. Participate in the IPU campaigns for promoting equality and the empowerment of human and youth. Safeguard civil space and engage with the civil society to co-create solutions to societal challenges. Protect and respect places of worship. Engage with the IPU's work on religion and belief as a platform for parliamentary engagement on interfaith dialogue. Enhance parliamentary and multi-stakeholder diplomacy as recommended by Action 55 of the Pact for the Future. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and I'm very grateful to give the floor to our President, and I wanted to say thank you very much with the heart.
Dear President Casini, the Secretary General of IPU, Mr. Martin, honorable speakers, colleagues, parliamentarians, distinguished representatives of religions and beliefs all around the world, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear friends. I want to begin by saying that it has been a very moving 2 days for me. To sit in this historic building with about 650 delegates from almost 100 countries and 26 religious leaders or leaders of different beliefs. Especially at this time when we have all discussed yesterday and today, and we have taken note of what is happening in different parts of the world. These are turbulent times in our history. Knowing that some of our delegates could not be here with us to mark this historic event because of conflicts, because of what is happening in their countries. I must say that despite these truly difficult times we are living in, it has been life-affirming to sit here these past few days and to hear how brothers and sisters of all ages and professions, rich and poor, from all over the world, are working tirelessly to create societies that are inclusive, rights-based, and which celebrate diversity and human dignity. Standing up for equal rights and dignity for all is always an act of courage, even more so when we are surrounded by polarizing, divisive, and even dehumanizing narratives and complex conflicts. So let me begin by thanking all of you for your efforts. I would like to invite you to show some appreciation for yourselves, dear colleagues, dear friends. And for the efforts also of our peers who were able to address us in the plenary, but also address us in the different panels which we have heard the reports. An applause for them, please. Dear colleagues, dear friends, in my closing remarks, I want to bring us back to why we were here, or why we are here. Why we, the IPU, together with the Parliament of Italy, which has opened its debating chamber and extended its hospitality to people from all around the world, along with our partners, Religions for Peace, and others, why have we convened this conference? And why you, dear colleagues, dear members of Parliament, and esteemed delegates, have traveled so far to be with us. I firmly believe that it is because we see the pain of our world. We see division in our societies. Some of us are feeling bold, others powerless. But all of us are concerned and have expressed our commitment to playing our role in creating a better world for everybody. We come here today to say yes to dialogue, despite the differences. Yes to dialogue, despite the difficulties that the world is going through at the moment. Yes to dialogue, because without it, we lose the foundation of what makes us human. I am reminded of the scholar, Martin Buber, and his famous book, I and Thou, where he says, through the thou, a person becomes I. Our humanity is defined by our relationship with others. Also noting what Dr. Al-Nuaimi from the UAE said earlier here, that hate is a crime, and hate is a serious crime for us. And we had also a chance to hear from the rest of you. I may not have the time to quote what everybody said, but just a few statements that were given in the course of these 2 days. One of us said, dialogue is the respect for diversity. And another said, peace is based on justice. And another said, justice must be absolute. And he said, if it's selective, it's not justice, and it cannot deliver peace. Colleagues, dialogue and fraternity needs each other. And dialogue is also the foundation of a vibrant and resilient democracy. We came here today, political and religious decision makers, civil societies, and others, a snapshot of the human family, because we believe that addressing our current challenges requires decisive action from all of us, from parliamentarians with their legislative power, as well as from all parts of society, including official institutions, religious beliefs, and faith-based civil society organizations, and the academia. Times of crisis and uncertainty especially call for solid leadership to bring people together around a common vision of the future. We must reach on each other and help those mostly in need. We must conquer with a faithful hope. Religion and belief can be uncomfortable bedfellows, but they don't have to be. How we manage these relationships or leverage the potential power that they have, ladies and gentlemen, is with us. Dear colleagues, as we discussed earlier, that ignorance is an enemy of peace, and thus I have faith that we have committed ourselves to work together to educate our communities so as to promote mutual respect and dialogue for peace. Moreover, colleagues, we have heard important and very moving good practices during the general debate. And these last 2 days, we have explored religious and political engagement in different policy areas, upholding freedom of religion or belief and the rights of religious minorities, promoting ethical leadership and education for peace, the importance of fostering solidarity for people in vulnerable situations, and working for the inclusion of women in public life. This comes significantly since the IPU's priority theme for this year is advancing gender equality. It is my sincere hope that we can leverage the relationships we have or new ones born in these last few days, to continue to work for peace, democracy, and human rights. We should ensure that we eliminate hate speeches as we go back to our dear lands, our countries. We live in a time where we need to do more with less. Dear colleagues, the IPU's superpower is its capacity to convene, and our doors remain open to all of you, to all people of goodwill. But the expertise, that comes from you. Let us add to our pleas for dialogue, therefore, an invitation to partnerships for the achievement of common goals, and be part of solutions, not problems, by being the change you want to see in this world. Having said, by being the change that you want to see in this world, I want to quote the famous statement which I usually like to use every time I get an opportunity to speak. The former president of South Africa, Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, once said, "It always seems impossible until it's done." And then former president of the United Republic of Tanzania, Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere, once said, "It can be done. Play your part." Colleagues, be the change that you want to see in this world. It is possible if you commit to the cause. And yesterday, we had the opportunity to also listen to different speakers who addressed us. And I'd like to particularly use the words that were used by the Archbishop Angelos yesterday. He said, "Do what you can in the best way possible. You will always be blamed. It is a thankless world, but even then, play your part. It is possible. It can be done." Thank you. I'd like to conclude my remarks by expressing my deep gratitude to the Parliament of Italy and the Senate as well for hosting this historic conference and for facilitating tomorrow's audience with the Holy Father, Pope Leo XIV. I would like to thank all those who made this unique event a reality. Some of those were mentioned by Cynthia, and others were mentioned by the Secretary General. So I agree with all that you said about whoever has put a lot of effort into making this conference a possibility and a success. Colleagues, I would like to also register my special appreciation to the IPU Secretariat. I think you all agree they are good organizers. So an applause for them and the entire team, being led by the Secretary General himself. Of course, he talked about other people, but he's doing a good job, and his entire team. So Ambassador Anda, thank you so much. I wish I could mention all of you, but I think you can stand, those of you who are in the room, so that we can clap. Yes, thank you so much. You have done a good job. We really appreciate it. Thank you. Colleagues, I would also like to specially thank our partner, Religions for Peace. I believe they are in the room as well. They can stand, and we applaud them. They are good partners for this cause. Thank you so much for working very closely with IPU and ensuring everything is in place. Now I'd like to also register our appreciation. All of us here, we wouldn't be able to understand each other if it weren't for the interpreters. Interpreters, thank you so much for the good work that you have done. You have been interpreting correctly every word that has been uttered here, however difficult our accent is. So we really appreciate your good work. Now, the room attendants, colleagues, they have done a good job. An applause for them. And of course, we have been well treated here. We have had nice teas, nice breaks, and we have had a good lunch. So thank you so much to the caterers as well. So we appreciate you have fed us well. And now, I would like to specifically thank all the staff at the Parliament. You have done a good job. We really appreciate. And one of them is standing here, so you can see how he's ensuring that I don't fall. So please clap for them. Thank you so much for always being here for us. Well, yeah, he's here. I can see people looking for he's here. So, and of course, all your organizations. I know they have worked very hard to ensure the logistics are in place for all of you to be here. We really appreciate every single person who is here, and time allowing, I would have mentioned each one of you by name, but time wouldn't allow me, so please accept the IPU's appreciation for your coming, because if you weren't here, we wouldn't be saying this conference is a success. Thank you so much for coming. And now, colleagues, here we have talked about the honorary president of IPU, who happens to keep IPU very close to his heart. So he's still serving as president of the IPU group here in Italy. So thank you so much, Mr. Casini, for having given all those years for the cause of IPU. And now that we are discussing peace here, you're part of this. You will go in history as a person who pulled the IPU to come here and have this very useful conversation. Thank you, Mr. Casini. But having mentioned Mr. Casini, I would like to also thank Mr. Mauricio Lupi. I don't know where he is seated. Oh, he's there? Thank you so much, Mr. Mauricio. I know he's the president of the IPU group here in Italy, but you serve as vice president. So whenever he's so busy, you have always stood in. And even here, when he stepped out, you came here to preside with me. So we really appreciate also the effort you have put into this. Thank you for your sacrifices. Colleagues, now I would like to close this conference with a sincere hope for peace. Peace in our hearts and peace in our world. Peace in the world is predicated on peace in our hearts. We all know you cannot give what you don't have. When you have peace, you can give peace. Please fill your hearts with peace so that you can make the world a better place, so that you can make the world peaceful by giving the peace that you have in your heart. Share your peace with your neighbors. Share your peace with the world. Colleagues, I look forward to seeing you tomorrow at the Vatican. Thank you. Prego. Shukran. Gracias. Merci. Arigato. Asante sana.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, Madam President.
To speak Italian in the final speech. Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for your sensitivity. Thank you for making yourself available. Thank you for choosing to host the second Interfaith Dialogue Conference here during the Jubilee year. Thank you. Thank you also to Martin, our Secretary General. And I too wish to thank Anna Philip very much for her extraordinary work in working so hard during the entire conference. I also want to thank Maurizio Lupi as Deputy Chair of the Interparliamentary Group, but also as Chair of the Jubilee Committee for Parliamentarians. He worked with me so that the Senate and the Chamber of Deputies could host this conference. And allow me also to thank the entire Interparliamentary group team, beginning with Mr. Sordello. And also special thanks to Consuelo Amato, the Deputy Secretary General of the Chamber of Deputies. Please stand up. This meeting of ours was wonderful, and I'm sure that our meeting with the Holy Father tomorrow will be just as wonderful. We're all very different. And we sometimes get angry at each other. We don't always agree. We argue sometimes. That's what we do in parliaments. We're not always entirely open to one another, but we do respect each other, even when our ideas differ. We respect one another. That is the deepest meaning of a parliament. Being parliamentarians doesn't necessarily mean we have to agree always, but it does mean we always respect one another, even when we disagree. I think what we have achieved is very important. This final document, I think, is a list of sorts that all parliaments should adopt to foster a fruitful interreligious dialogue, so that we can counter a common enemy, which is hate and discrimination. Let me leave it at that. Let me conclude by thanking all of you, along with the city of Rome, this extraordinary city, which is a city of the encounter between different religions and cultures. And I do hope you will be able to enjoy the city, despite how hot it is, although many of you come from cities which are even hotter than ours. And I do hope you'll be able to enjoy the city. As usual, before we conclude, let me leave you with some practical suggestions. For those of you who want to come to the audience tomorrow, with our buses, we still have some available seats. We'll be leaving at 7:45 to go to the Vatican. We've had a number of reservations, but I'm sure that there are others still who want to come with us on the bus. And then, those who want to attend tomorrow evening's show at 9 p.m. in St. Peter's Square, there will be a very important musical show with some very important musicians. Again, you have to reserve your seat. Of course, this is just a way of ending with some practical information. Thank you very much indeed to all of you. Thank you, Tulia, once again.
Vedi, così.
That was fast.